Wherever you stand, get the fresh view of what's happening in Scotland with iScot. Celebrate everything about our country with intelligent, in-depth insight from lifestyle, culture to puzzles, and all the opinions you'll need. Whether it's digital or by post, subscribe now to iScot.
How do you mean no more commission?
Well, no one in Scotland can commission an idea. You know, if I went to BBC Scotland and I said, oh, I've got this great idea for a sitcom, I've got this brilliant idea for a drama, you know, no, there isn't one person in Scotland that can okay it unless it goes through London.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of Full Scottish. What's happening today?
Hello and welcome to the Full Scottish here on Broadcasting Scotland.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
That need, that desire for independence is ever stronger than perhaps it was in 2014. So there's an obligation that we've got to give leadership to that campaign. That's what Nicola Sturgeon, as our First Minister, has been doing.
My feeling about Boris Johnson is he can't be trusted on anything.
That is now and forever will be known as the rape clause.
I'm old enough to remember going into Europe in '73, and I remember how much of a razor's edge that was a balance stone. And I think we made it by 53%, if I remember correctly, for going in. And ever since that time, England particularly has been pretty much schizophrenic, down the middle about whether it felt British or whether it felt European. And that schism, that crack has remained throughout English society ever since.
Scotland means business. Scotland's voice won't be stilled, it won't be silenced, it has to be heard.
About the work that's been done by Broadcasting Scotland in giving community activists, yes activists, Scottish activists a platform other than the traditional media outlets.
Questions to the Chancellor of Duchy of Lancaster and the Minister for the Cabinet Office, Dr. Ben Spencer.
Question number one, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can only go downhill from here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with your permission, I will group questions number one and number two together. This government is working to level up economic and social infrastructure with an additional £100 billion investment commitment. We will ensure all citizens across the UK benefit. The Cabinet Office works closely with Her Majesty's Treasury through the Infrastructure and Projects Authority. This helps ensure taxpayers get good value for money. The Authority evaluates and assures major projects from their initial stages through to their completion.
Dr. Spencer.
First of all, may I congratulate the Minister on his appointment. He should be aware of the detrimental impact to Runnymede and Weybridge from our overstretched road network, particularly the A320 and M25. What is the government doing to target investment towards the modern infrastructure that all our communities and businesses need?
Minister.
Can I thank the honourable member for his kind words and congratulate him on his election to this place? I can reassure him that the government is committed to investing across our regions and nations, including the South East. A business case has been submitted for the A320 North Corridor. It's at an early stage and the Department for Transport is working closely with the local authority to develop the scheme. Between 2015 and 2020, government will have spent nearly £18 billion on England's strategic roads. On the M25, this is delivering additional capacity, including through junction enhancements.
Jerome Mayhew.
Mr. Speaker, may I also welcome the Minister to his place. He should be aware that Broadland needs the construction of the Western Link Road, the missing link in Norwich's answer to the M25. What steps is the Minister taking to ensure that public money is spent efficiently so that all communities represented in this House can get the infrastructure that they deserve?
Minister. Can I thank my honourable friend for what I believe is his first question in this place and for his kind words. It's not just a concern of his Broadland constituents. By the sound of it, it's a concern shared by his constituency neighbour and my neighbour here on the Treasury front bench. I understand that a business case for the link has been submitted and that officials from the Department for Transport are engaging with the local authority. He's absolutely right that the IPA, through direct support, independent assurance reviews and by leading a network of project delivery professionals, helps drive cost effectiveness across government.
Chris Brown. One of the biggest projects that the government has to deliver is the restoration and renewal of this palace, which is one of the most loved buildings in the world. If we're going to do that, we need skills which presently aren't available in the workforce. Isn't this a major opportunity to make sure that in every constituency in this land, young people are being trained in those skills so that everybody has an investment in this building?
Minister. I would agree with the honourable gentleman. It's a great opportunity to ensure that we upskill our workforce. We're very proud of the fabric of this building. We're very proud of what it symbolises for our country, and it would be great if we can make certain that we are engaging people across the United Kingdom in the work that is required to be done.
Alan Brown.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday it was established that the majority of supply chain contracts for offshore wind farm near Negotia are going abroad. When is the UK Government going to incentivise the auction process so that bidders who use local supply companies such as By Far and CS Wind in Scotland actually are awarded the contracts, creating further green jobs?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Throughout government, we are determined to ensure that we have the simplest processes for procurement that can be. In government, Contract Finder made certain that we have a more transparent procurement which helps SMEs amongst others. He raises a good point. I'll have to look into the specifics that he actually raises, but it's a good point he makes.
Rosie Cooper.
Sorry, number 3, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This new government is committed to delivering on Brexit and seizing on the exciting opportunities presented by our new manifesto. But in order to do this, we need to build on the successful reforms of the civil service since 2010, going further and faster to ensure it has the new skills, such as in data analytics, better training, greater accountability, and the right pay and incentives to transform the United Kingdom.
The Institute for Government estimates that the number of civil servants based in London is growing, with 2/3 now working in the capital. I wonder how the Minister reconciles that with the Prime Minister's statements about moving Whitehall departments to the north of England and making government more relevant to the people in the north, for example, in my constituency in West Lancashire.
But the Honourable Lady raises a very important point about the need to move government activity out of London, which is why, for example, we have created a default whereby when new agencies are created, they must be located outside of London and the South East. And I know that the Prime Minister is determined to go further and faster with that agenda.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the manifesto commitment to offer guaranteed interviews for veterans in the public sector, some people for whom public service is so hugely important. Could the Minister confirm that the government will be taking this forward with real energy as they consider wider reform?
Minister.
Well, as ever, my honourable friend raises a very important point. People who have served in our armed forces can also make an enormous contribution to wider life, including in the civil service. That's why I'm determined we deliver on that manifesto commitment, and I've already instructed officials to make it happen.
John Trickett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's the first time I had a question while you've been in the chair. Congratulations to you. And the government are right to press forward with looking carefully at how we can modernise the civil service, but its independence and professionalism, I'm sure we'll agree, is essential to good governance. Now, on present tense, it looks as though they're going to spend £50 million in this Parliament on political appointees. Is that a wise decision? 3 of them earn as much as the Prime Minister, more or less, and one of them thinks it's okay to advertise on his blog for weirdos and misfits to apply for the service. And meanwhile, 40% of professional civil servants in DexU have left in the last year. It's a shambles. As Minister for the Civil Service, will he give the House an assurance now that he will protect civil service professional standards, even though it may mean from time to time it comes into conflict with politically inspired chaos from number 10 Downing Street?
Minister.
Well, the honourable gentleman raised a very large number of points. First of all, I can reassure him, of course, that the independence and integrity of the civil service will be upheld. I noticed he's taken an interest in the Dom Cummings blog. He is very welcome to register his interest as well in applying for such a role. But the point that he was making is very important, which is essential if we're to have a good civil service for the 21st century. We harness all the talents of this nation, and that includes, for example, people with data analytics skills and a diversity of talent.
Andrew Bowie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know that my honourable friend agrees with me that this is a government for the entire UK, one of Scotland's two governments, in fact. So in the spirit of civil service reform, what thought is he given to moving more civil service jobs out of London to, for example, the north east of Scotland?
Well, as ever, he raised a very important point, and indeed, I look forward this Friday to joining him in the north east of Scotland, and I'm sure we will discuss exactly those sort of opportunities. And indeed, recently I saw a very large new hub being created in Edinburgh, so we can bring together government services for Scotland in one place.
Pete Wishart.
Every government should get the civil service it deserves, and this oddball bunch of hard Brexiteers are possibly entitled to their army of weirdos and misfits. And given Dominic Cummings practically runs this government, let's celebrate this government of all the wackos. It's also rumoured, Mr. Speaker, that the right honourable gentleman, his right honourable friend, is to be made de facto Deputy Prime Minister. How does he therefore fit into this talent pool agenda? And is he entirely sure he's got the approval of Mr. Cummings?
I can think of no one I would rather work alongside in delivering reform of the civil service than my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, who has done so much to reform education, done so much to reform justice, and I'm sure will help do exactly the same thing in relation to the civil service.
Sally Ann Hart.
Question number 4, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. And with your permission, I'll take questions 4 and 11 together. Everyone, Mr. Speaker, should be able to participate in politics without fear, and the increasing levels of abuse directed at those in public life is a worrying trend which stops talented people from standing for public service and puts voters off politics. So we, Mr. Speaker, in government work across a range of departments and other bodies to ensure a thorough response to incidents and deliver the best security advice and support, and we have also committed to introducing a new electoral offence of intimidating a candidate or campaigner in the run-up to an election.
Sally Ann Hart.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that response. May I also welcome her back from her maternity leave. It's a pleasure to see her back in her place. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that at times during the last election, the commentary and actions of others were misleading, inaccurate and vicious, and that there should be no place for this in our politics, regardless of political persuasion? What steps does my right honourable friend think we should take to ensure that, as leaders in our communities across parties, we conduct our engagement together in an open, respectful and honest way?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, can I first of all thank my honourable friend for her kind words and welcome her to her place along with all new members here today. And I think she does absolutely right, Mr. Speaker, in setting the tone that we should be aiming to strike here in this chamber and in our work for our constituents. Robust political debate is fundamental. Threats and other forms of abuse are not acceptable. I can extend the invitation that I've already recently circulated to honourable members, Mr. Speaker, to come to talk to me about any aspect of elections that they have recently experienced only after this session at 1 o'clock, where I should be delighted to hear more.
Sir David.
Now that we have a government elected with a majority, can we please address the situation whereby people can post online abuse without having to have their names and addresses published?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think first of all companies need to tackle such abusive behaviour and take responsibility for that on their services. And I think that could include taking steps to limit the use or abuse of anonymity. What I would add is that this government is also taking forward measures to put digital imprints on online political material, and that will be a way to help voters see who is saying what and hold it to account.
My case.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to the International Fact-Checking Agency, First Draft News, almost 90% of ads posted on Facebook by the Minister's own party in the first few days of December were misleading. Does the Minister agree with the Information Commissioner that the current laws, election laws surrounding digital campaigning are not fit for purpose?
It's 5, and then they'll come back to questions.
Can I just give you time to think about the answer? Very eager.
Thank you very much indeed for that helpful clarification, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we don't assess or regulate political arguments which can be rebutted as part of normal debate. In a free democracy, it is for voters to decide on the value of those political arguments. But we do think that our regulation should empower voters to do so and be modernised, and that is why we're taking forward the digital imprints regime that I just referred to under the previous question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll go again. So, according to the International Fact-Checking Agency, First Draft News, almost 90% of the ads posted by Facebook by the Tory party in the general election were misleading. Does the Minister agree with the Information Commissioner that the current electoral laws on digital campaigning are not fit for purpose?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, can I welcome the honourable gentleman back to his place and back to question number 5. I think I already dealt with the point about regulation in the first part of my response, but I'm afraid I just have to add that the report he refers to is entirely discredited, and I think he misses the point in another way as well. We trust voters to make their decisions on political arguments. And, Mr. Speaker, in the biggest decision of all, voters chose this side of the House to take matters forward.
Stephanie Peacock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the Minister would agree that the UK should lead with best practice when it comes to political campaigning. If she is confident that the Tory party adverts were beyond reproach during the general election, then why won't she ask the Electoral Commission to conduct an independent review into political advertising?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, may I welcome the Honourable Lady to her place on this bench. It's the first time I've engaged in questions with her. But I think she misunderstands the fundamental nature of independence in her question. I am not in a position, nor is any minister in the position, to direct the Electoral Commission, and nor should we be. But moreover, she entirely, again, misses the point. The voters took their choice on the validity of arguments put at the general election, and her sides were not good enough.
The whole front. Sir. 6 seats. 6.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, and can I welcome you to the chair? In 10 days, the United Kingdom will once more be an independent nation. We will be ready to assert our international role with renewed confidence, and departments across government are undertaking all of the necessary work to embrace these new opportunities, and we will continue to do so during the implementation period, which ends on the 31st of December.
Robert Halfon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the most important things we can do as we come close to Independence Day is to have a highly skilled workforce. Will my right honourable friend ensure that when businesses and organisations procure for government contracts, they have a high proportion of their workforce as apprentices?
My honourable friend is absolutely right that one of the many benefits of leaving the European Union is the chance to overhaul government procurement, to make it more efficient, more responsive and more flexible, and also to ensure that British talent takes its place at the forefront of wealth creation, and at the heart of that must be more young British apprenticeships developing the skills that we need in order to succeed in the 21st century.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, but those fine words will mean nothing if the contracts don't go to British companies. So will the government take the opportunity now, at last, to actually give priority to British firms and also get local authorities and other public bodies to do as well? Let's give business to British firms employing British workers.
Well, I'm very grateful to the right honourable gentleman for making the case that was made so eloquently by Vote Leave in 2016. There's more joy in heaven over one member for Worley who repenteth than over many others who still take a different view. He is absolutely right. One of the many benefits of Brexit is that we can buy British and put British firms, British workers and the whole United Kingdom first.
To McCartney.
Number 7, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No previous government has been more committed to our armed forces, and by creating the armed forces, the Office of Veterans Affairs shows this. We are championing veterans in government and will ensure the UK is the best place in the world to be a veteran. Today we are publishing our response to the consultation on the strategy for our veterans. This is the first stage of a step change in this nation's relationship with her military and veterans community.
Mr. Speaker, as a Royal Air Force veteran and as President of the Royal Air Force Association in Huddersfield, I'm absolutely delighted the government is cracking on in delivering the Veterans Rail Card, leaving more money in the pockets of those who have made a unique commitment to our country. Can the Minister confirm details of when the Veterans Rail Card will be available and confirm that reduced discount rail travel will also be available to veterans' families?
Minister.
Firstly, can I thank my honourable friend for all the support he gives to veterans in this House. The Veterans Rail Card will be available by Armistice Day this year, and that support will extend to families to take the advantages of discounted travel as well.
Liz Twist.
Question 8, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we set out in our manifesto, the government will ensure we have updated and equal parliamentary boundaries, making sure every vote has equal value. We do continue to monitor closely the current legal proceedings in relation to the Boundary Commission for Northern Ireland's final report. The final reports of the 4 boundary commissions in the 18 boundary review were submitted to the government and laid before Parliament in September 2018, and we will provide further details in due course.
Liz Twist.
Can the Minister tell us whether the government intends to legislate for the proposals in the previous review, or will they be conducting a new review with new parameters?
Very good question.
Mr. Speaker, as I gave in my update, we will be bringing forward details in due course, and I can assure her those will follow our manifesto commitment for equal boundaries and equal value of votes. I sincerely hope her party believes in the same thing.
Couple of questions. Margaret Furry.
Question 1, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the year 2020 will be one of growth and opportunity for our entire United Kingdom. The year has started positively with the restoration of devolved government in Northern Ireland, and I'd like to pay particular tribute to all the parties involved. The Prime Minister has also, I'm delighted to say, ruled out a divisive rerun of the Scottish independence referendum. And he's encouraged our colleagues in the Scottish Government to concentrate on the day job and to ensure that they improve health and education for the citizens of Scotland. I'm glad that the political division and uncertainty that a referendum would cause have been ruled out, and I look forward to meeting ministers from devolved administrations in Cardiff next week to see how we can work together in the interests of all.
Margaret Furry.
Can the Minister for the Cabinet Office take the necessary steps to confirm Heather Anderson as the new MEP for Scotland, following the election of my Honourable friend for Stirling to this House? And can he confirm the UK Government will not allow the voters of Scotland to be underrepresented in their European Parliament when it votes on the withdrawal agreement they have overwhelmingly rejected?
Well, the Honourable Lady makes a fair point, and it gives me an opportunity to congratulate the new member for Stirling who served with distinction in the European Parliament, and we will of course do everything we can to ensure appropriate representation for every part of the United Kingdom for the remaining 10 days of our membership.
Would my right honourable friend set out for the benefit of the House the work being done across government and coordinated by his department to ensure farming communities like mine in North Devon climb, soar and succeed as a result of Brexit?
It was one of the joys of my previous job as Secretary of State for the Environment to visit farmers in North Devon. They produce some of the finest produce in the United Kingdom, and as we leave the European Union, there will be an opportunity for us on a global stage to ensure that Devonian produce reaches all the customers it deserves to.
Cat Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What plans has the government got for bringing the House of Lords into the 21st century? And if, Mr. Speaker, as I suspect the answer is none, can I remind the Chancellor for the Duchy of Lancaster that it was the House of Lancaster which won the Wars of the Roses, and suggest, if they are looking to relocate their lordships, that we have a fine medieval castle in the city of Lancaster that's recently been vacated by the Ministry of Justice.
I yield to no one in my admiration for the Duchy of Lancaster, and I recognise that as government decides where agencies, both of government and of Parliament, should go, we should think fondly both of the North West and of Yorkshire and of the North East. But I cannot help saying to the Honourable Lady that when she talks about fratricidal conflict in medieval times, when people are putting each other to the sword, she reminds me of nothing so much as the deputy leadership contest of the Labour Party.
Giles Watling. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may I say how lovely it is to see you in your place. The government's aim of creating a level economic playing field between the North and the South is laudable and much needed. But can the Minister assure me that in the rush to create this much needed equality, we don't overlook deprived coastal areas in the South, such as some in the Clacton constituency, which have been so often overlooked in the past?
Minister Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the reason in just 10 days' time that we on this side of the House are getting Brexit done is so we can drive growth across our United Kingdom, from Clacton to Caithness, from Holyhead to Hull. We will be investing millions of pounds in communities, not least £2.5 million in the coastal community of Clackers.
Deirdre Brock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder whether the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster shares my concerns over the lack of transparency in campaigns and rumours of wrongdoing in previous campaigns. Will he be responding to the recommendations of our APPG on electoral campaigning transparency, which include regulating the ability of campaigns to target voters on personal data and streamlining national versus local spending in a per-seat cap on total spending?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank her for that question. I will be taking a look at that report, and I'm happy to talk to her further.
Jack Barretton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As office costs are substantially cheaper in Stoke-on-Trent than London, and being only an hour and a half on the train, does my right honourable friend agree we would be the perfect place for the relocation of civil servants?
Minister.
First, can I thank my honourable friend for being such a passionate and effective advocate for the city of Stoke-on-Trent. And I also welcome colleagues from Stoke-on-Trent North and Stoke-on-Trent Central who have joined him on these benches. The government has made it clear that the civil service needs to be less London-centric if it is to attract the best talent and do the best possible job. The Cabinet Office has established the Places for Growth programme to drive the necessary planning and preparation within departments to relocate roles, including senior grades, out of London and into the regions in all parts of the United Kingdom.
Bina Pongasari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations again. More than 1,000 voters have lost their chance to have their say in local elections because of identification requirements highlighted over the last 2 years. This figure is 30 times higher than the total number of allegations made regarding of polling station fraud for the whole of England for 2018 and 2019. Does the Minister agree with Professor Toby James from the University of East Anglia that there is no evidence to justify the introduction of voter ID requirements? And I'm saying this because earlier you said we must trust voters when they make their decision.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, can I first of all welcome the Honourable Lady to her seat? On this question, Mr. Speaker, the evidence is on our side. The experience is on our side from pilots and Northern Ireland, and what's more, the British people are on our side, as this was a core part of our manifesto. The Labour Party needs to ask why it is not on the right side of this question.
Prime Minister's questions, Bin Mafalomi.
Question number one, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Bit back a little bit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome an announcement from the government this week that tougher sentences, an end to early release, and a complete review of the management of convicted terrorists are among a range of measures designed to strengthen this country's response to terrorism. A promise made by this Prime Minister and a promise delivered. Would the Prime Minister agree with me that we need to do everything we can, whatever it takes, to stop the sickening terrorist attacks from taking place?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right about the threat that we face, and that is why this government is putting more resources into catching terrorists, and that is why we have announced a major shift in the UK's approach to the sentencing and management of terrorist offenders. This government will do all that we can to keep our people safe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next Monday we'll be commemorating Holocaust Memorial Day. It's a time for us all to reflect on the horrors of the past and remind us of the evils of Nazism, genocide, anti-Semitism, and indeed all forms of racism, which we must always all be implacably determined to root out wherever it appears. And this Saturday, Mr. Speaker, hundreds of millions of people will be celebrating Chinese New Year around the world. And I'm sure the Prime Minister will join me in welcoming the Year of the Rat and invite all Chinese people to have a great time. Mr. Speaker, if a worker earning just over £12,500 a year receives a £300 bonus, how much of that bonus does the Prime Minister think that worker should be allowed to keep?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me join the right honourable gentleman in what he said about the importance of Holocaust Memorial Day and, of course, in stamping out anti-Semitism and resurgence of anti-Semitism in our country. And on his point about the low paid, I think perhaps the best answer I can give to him is to remind him that just this week this government increased the living wage by the biggest ever amount, so that people on the living wage will be receiving an extra £1,000 a year. And if he wants a further elucidation on his point, perhaps he could answer a better question.
Mr. Speaker, Greggs are currently giving 25,000 workers a £300 bonus. But some of those workers on universal credit will only be allowed to keep £75 out of that £300. And if the Prime Minister can answer that question and show me that's just and fair, I'll buy him a vegan roll from Greggs myself. But the first aim of universal credit, which is set to affect 6 million people, was to make work pay. But when low-paid workers can't even keep their own bonuses, it's clear the government is punishing, not supporting people. Will the Prime Minister do something to ensure that workers at companies like Greggs on low pay will be allowed to keep their bonuses? Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, under this government, people on low pay will be able to keep more of the money that they earn. And it is this government that is cutting national insurance contributions for everybody in the country. It is this government that is increasing the living wage, and it was the right honourable gentleman who voted against tax cuts for the low paid to the tune of £7,800.
The Prime Minister himself fought with unbelievable levels of energy to protect the bankers' bonus. Why can't he do something about the low paid on very low wages who need to be allowed to keep the bonus they've got? The Resolution Foundation report published yesterday highlighted serious distress caused by the dysfunctional nature of the universal credit system. One claimant says, sometimes you're starving, another said it was horrendous, and another said, it's very hard for me because I'm not very good at computers. Does the Prime Does the Prime Minister think that universal credit is meeting its second aim of making the social security system simpler?
Prime Minister. Yes, indeed, Mr. Speaker. We are making the social security system simpler because we have massively reduced unemployment. I can tell him on his specific point about Greggs. As far as I understand the situation, Greggs is producing record figures, £7 million extra. One person, I believe, has complained about the bonus system that he remarks upon, but it is in the context of unparalleled growth in employment. 359,000 more jobs in this country this year than last year, and the IMF now confirming that the UK economy will grow faster than the rest of the Eurozone. When is he going to stop talking Britain down and start recognising the extraordinary achievements of the UK economy?
The real issue is, Mr. Speaker, that many people in work are also in poverty and have to access universal credit. Almost 1 million on 0 hours contracts, and actually more people rough sleeping than ever before. Those are the issues that ought to be concerning the Prime Minister. The third aim of universal credit, it was claimed, was to reduce poverty, but we know it's having the opposite effect. Under this government, 65 million meals were handed out by the Trussell food banks over the last 5 years. The 5-week delay for new claimants is leaving people without enough money to cover basic needs. Why isn't the Prime Minister taking action to end this punitive and vicious 5-week wait for benefits?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, universal credit has in fact succeeded in getting 200,000 people into jobs, and contrary to what he says, the number of people in poverty has diminished by 400,000 under this government. Contrary to what he says, wages have been increasing solidly for the last 22 months, and Labour is supposed to have had a period of reflection, Mr. Speaker, since the last election. They're supposed to have been reflecting on the results of the last general election. They've decided, as far as I understand it, that what they want is even more Corbynism, Mr. Speaker. A four-day week, increases in taxes on working people, uncontrolled immigration from everywhere. I refer the right honourable gentleman to the answer the British people gave to him 4 weeks ago.
Wouldn't it be truly wonderful if the Prime Minister answered a question about universal credit? He's dodged every question on it. The reality is that about half of the people going on to universal credit are worse off as a result of it. And the same is true of the very cruel and callous 2-child limit under universal credit, which caps benefits for larger families. There are 500,000 more children living in poverty than there were in 2010, and the number of children in deprivation has soared in the last few years. Why won't the Prime Minister just have the guts to admit that there is a link between poverty and the 2-child limit?
Mr. Speaker, the right honourable gentleman can't accuse me of failing to answer the question when I answered the question very clearly a couple of times. There are 400,000 fewer people in poverty. There's been a reduction, substantial reduction in child poverty. He doesn't like the answers. The reality is that there is a massive increase in employment. There is growth in this economy. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, I really think that it is time the Labour Party changed their tune. I've got some good news. I've got some good news for the leader of the Labour Party. He was voted by Labour members as the most popular Labour leader since records began. I want him to know that those sentiments are warmly shared by many on this side of the House.
Mr. Speaker, the Labour Party will never abandon the poor of this country. Levels of child poverty are a national scandal. The Prime Minister seems unable, incapable or unwilling to answer that question. Universal credit had 3 aims. It was meant to make work pay. Low-paid workers are not allowed to even keep their bonuses. It was meant to be simple, but has created mind-numbing complexity. It was meant to reduce poverty. It's driving people to food banks. As we've seen today, the Prime Minister isn't able to answer questions on it. The fact is, this government has baked in austerity for tens of millions of people. When will he finally accept that the universal credit system is broken, is damaging, is dangerous to people's living standards, and it should go?
Prime Minister.
That must look good in the Mr. Speaker, the right honourable gentleman wants to do nothing else except keep people in the welfare trap. Stop helping people out of welfare and into work. And I think actually he should pay tribute to all the people who by their hard work have found fantastic jobs over the last year. And he should pay tribute to the growth in employment in the UK economy. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, it is this government that is getting on with delivering on the priorities of the British people. 40 new hospitals, 50,000 more nurses, 20,000 more police officers, Mr. Speaker, and all the Labour Party is still split from top to toe, Mr. Speaker, about whether to stay in the EU or to remain run by the EU. They still can't make up their mind. He still can't make up his mind. We deliver on the people's priorities.
Mr. Speaker, can I welcome Ofsted's annual report on our schools released this week, showing great progress. Not least that 86% of schools are now rated good or outstanding. And with every school in Mansfield set to benefit from a funding increase later this year, government can be proud of the progress it's making, but there's more to do. Not least dealing with those 14% of schools that still don't reach that standard, many of which are based in areas that experience all sorts of other inequalities too. So what more can my right honourable friend do to support, to intervene in those schools, to level up our education system and make sure every child can access a good education, regardless of their postcode?
Prime Minister.
Well, I congratulate my honourable friend on the passion he brings to this debate and to this subject, and he is entirely right. And he should look at Ofsted's most recent report, which shows that standards about the kids he and I care about are rising. 86% of schools now rated good and outstanding. Of course, there is more to do. That's why we're investing 40 billion more. But I compare the performance. I must say I'm regretfully obliged to compare the performance of those schools that my honourable friend draws attention to with the scores in Scotland, where through no fault of the pupils' performance in maths and science are at a record low. And perhaps the honourable gentleman who's about to rise to his feet like a rocketing pheasant will explain why his party is still so obsessed with breaking up our union rather than delivering for the children and the pupils of Scotland.
Ian Blackfoot.
Desperate liar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I associate myself with the remarks that were made for Holocaust Memorial Day next Monday? We should always stand up against anti-Semitism and any form of racism. Mr. Speaker, last night the Lords voted to reinstate the Sewell Convention, that the devolved governments must give consent to legislation that affects them. Devolution is under attack from this Tory government. Powers are being grabbed back to Westminster. There is no respect for the people of Scotland, for Wales and Northern Ireland, their governments or their decisions. Yesterday, the Welsh Assembly became the third devolved parliament to refuse consent for the Tory Brexit bill.
Absolutely.
Why is the UK government ignoring the principle of consent for our national government?
Mr. Speaker, the right honourable gentleman knows full well that it is no part or implication of the Sewell Convention to break up the oldest and most successful political union in the world.
Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister ignores the Smith Commission, that recognises it's up to the people of Scotland to determine their future. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister just doesn't get it. This is an unprecedented attack. Scotland said no, and we meant it. Not only does the Prime Minister not have a legislative mandate for his bill, he doesn't. as the benches opposite Bray, it's clear that this place simply doesn't accept the reality that the Scottish Parliament speaks for the people of Scotland. The devolution settlement must be respected. Prime Minister, all three devolved parliaments and even the House of Lords have called on you to end your government's attack on devolution. Will the Prime Minister stop the attack on our Parliament?
Minister. Mr. Speaker, I agreed for a second with the right honourable gentleman because he said Scotland said no and they meant it, and he was right. They said the people of Scotland said no to independence in 2014, and they meant it, and they meant it because they were told it was a once in a both by Alex Salmond and his protege Nicola Sturgeon. They were told it was and indeed by the right honourable gentleman, they were told it was a once in a generation event. And the people of Scotland did it because they know full well that £9 billion net come from the UK to Scotland. 60% of Scotland's trade is with the rest of the UK, and they know they can see the vast investments in manufacturing that come from the UK to Scotland, whether it's in Rosyth, £1.5 billion in building fantastic ships in Rosyth, or at Govan, fantastic investments in manufacturing. We support manufacturing in Scotland. They support nothing except manufacturing grievances, and they know it.
Margie's word. After being inundated with complaints from the people of Dewsbury and Mirfield, would the Prime Minister agree with me that the Northern Rail Service is no longer fit for purpose?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I can confirm with my honourable friend that we have indeed started a process that could indeed either result in stripping Northern Rail of its franchise, or issuing them with a very different form of contract.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Both myself and indeed the Northern Powerhouse Minister are concerned that power cables over the Tyne are a real barrier to businesses securing work for large renewable energy structures. Will the Prime Minister, through his good offices, undertake to support the National Grid's energy transmissions bid to Ofgem for permanent removal of the cables and to unlock the potential of the Tyne?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, she's absolutely right to raise this issue with me. Of course, it's right that these decisions are independently made by Ofgem, but I appreciate the problem that she raises, and will do whatever we can to ensure that it is sorted out as fast as possible.
Sarah Dines.
My right honourable friend will know that the quarries of the Peak District provide a huge proportion of the national building and mineral needs of this great nation. We would be delighted to see him in the Derbyshire Dales, to see at first hand the working men and women that work at the quarry face. They will be at the heart of the post-Brexit economy, as well as looking at the need for my local Ashbourne bypass. This is necessary to deliver the Brexit to the people. Doesn't it show that the support for these hard-working people are the real Conservatives, and that this party is the party of the working man?
Order! Can I just say, Prime Minister is going to run on because of this. Please, they've got to be short questions. I will work with members, but members have got to work with the Chair. Prime Minister.
Thank you. Well, I thank my honourable friend very much for what she has said. I will certainly do whatever I can to see her in Derbyshire Dales as fast as possible, and indeed to get to the bottom of what we can do to support the bypass at Ashbourne. And she's quite right, we speak for working people, Mr. Speaker, and I thought it was very sad and surprising that the President of the Durham Miners' Gala should say the other day the Conservative MPs are not welcome. I hope the right honourable gentleman, the Leader of the Opposition, will dissociate himself strongly from those remarks.
Mohammed Yazid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, the Cater Street surgery in Campston was placed in special measures. Such is the extent of the GP crisis in our country that this surgery has had to rely on locums and was found to have 3 months backlog of new patient files. Will the Prime Minister increase the funding urgently for primary care services, so for 4,000 of my constituents who are patients at this surgery, for their safety, health and well-being?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman raises an excellent point, and as he knows, we're not only hiring another 50,000 nurses, but 6,000 more GPs in order to deal with the very problem that he raises.
Alex Chalk. Cheltenham's.
England's renewable design company supplies low-carbon heating systems like ground-source heat pumps. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that we need a successor to the non-domestic renewable heat incentive so that this rollout can accelerate, and we can send a message in this year of COP26 that global Britain will be a force for a greener planet?
Absolutely. I congratulate my honourable friend, everything he's doing in Cheltenham to encourage renewable heat supplies, including ground source heating, and I can confirm that we are indeed looking for successor arrangements to the renewable heat incentive.
Angus Brendan McNeill.
I believe, Mr. Speaker. Brexiteers will be cheered by the fact that a possible trade deal with America might raise GDP by 0.2% and New Zealand Australia by 0.02%. But Brexiteers should be sobered by the fact that such trade deals, if achieved, will only claw back 1/30 of what his own government says leaving the single market and the customs union will cost. Given that cabinet ministers are now breezily talking about divergence from the biggest trading partner, the 27-country trading bloc, will the Prime Minister commission and publish impact assessments so it's clear to all in pharmaceuticals, aerospace, car manufacture, ceramics, food and drink of just what these breezy gambling deals might cost?
Mr. Speaker, I might take the honourable gentleman more seriously if he would deal with the fact that Scotland's trade is 60% with the rest of the United Kingdom. His proposals for a break-up of the United Kingdom would necessitate a border at Berwick, and he is proposing that the pensioners of Scotland should have their assets now denominated in a new currency whose name they cannot even specify.
Caroline Noakes.
The need to prevent the build-up of green algae in the Solent means that local authorities like Test Valley Borough Council cannot grant planning permission for children's homes, for care facilities and to small self-builders. There is a blockage in the system, and I would like to urge my right honourable friend to get out his plunger and make sure that DEFRA, MHCLG, Natural England and the Environment Agency are all working together to protect our waterways, but to make sure that housing commitments can be met.
Mr. Speaker, we will make sure that the ministerial dino rod is employed to sort out the blockage that she is experiencing. But it is very important that we deal simultaneously with nitrate neutrality, that we satisfy our environmental needs, whilst also ensuring that her community gets the housing that it needs. I think there is a way forward, and I'd be happy to take it up with her.
Holly Lynch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Rail users in Halifax and across the north are suffering every week due to this government's failure to truly invest in rail infrastructure over the last decade. The north now needs both HS2 and Northern Powerhouse Rail to make a real start in tackling the north-south divide. Will the Prime Minister commit to publishing the already leaked Oakerville report this week and commit to delivering both these projects in full, delivering a rail service which is fit for purpose for my constituents and for the north?
Mr. Speaker, I think she's raising a very important issue. We are investing in £48 billion, a record £48 billion already in rail services, excluding HS2. It's right that we should look at the value that this country could get from a scheme as costly as HS2, rising now to £100 billion. I can assure her that the Oakerville report will indeed be published in full in due course.
Craig Wettiger.
Speaker, misery is a polite word. Misery is a polite word to explain the daily commuting experience of those using the Calder Valley train line. It's not just cancelled train, late trains, or even broken down trains. It's infrastructure. Will my right honourable friend sit down with me and the Trains Minister to see how heads can be knocked together to finally clear the bottleneck for the £3.9 billion Transpennine upgrade, which is at a standstill?
Yes. Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend really makes a very good point and follows the honourable lady. We are indeed committed to improving the Transpennine route, and will be investing very considerable sums to ensure that is done.
Marcia de Cordova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A damning inspection by Ofsted and the CQC concluded that Wandsworth Council's SEND provision is weak and requires significant improvement. There is a backlog of 170 outstanding education and healthcare plan assessments. And when those assessments have been carried out, like my young constituent with autism, he is being forced to wait months before that plan is implemented. It is scandalous that these children are not getting a decent education. So does the Prime Minister agree with me that every child with a special education need or disability should have the right to a good education, and will he address the funding shortfall in SEND provision?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I remind the honourable lady that this government is putting another £780 million into SEND. We're encouraging the creation of more SEND schools across the country, and it is a paradox, of course, that Ofsted, which she mentions, Ofsted is the best guarantor and protector of children of all abilities, Mr. Speaker, and the manifesto to which that party is still committed proposes to abolish Ofsted.
James Sunderland.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister will know that the Bracknell constituency is the proud home of over 150 internationally focused companies. Could he please reassure the House of what is being done to develop new post-Brexit worldwide trade deals for the benefit of everyone in Bracknell, Crowthorne, Finch Hampstead, Sandhurst, and of course right across the UK?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, from the 31st of this month we will begin the process of negotiating FTAs, free trade agreements, not just with the EU but with friends and partners around the world, so that Bracknell is at the epicentre of global free trade.
Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has said he wants to be known as a Brexity Hezza. So on that basis, will the Prime Minister commit to the sustained support for the Humber Docklands that Michael Heseltine gave to the London Docklands to transform them from the 1980s onwards?
Prime Minister. She raises a very important point, Mr. Speaker, and that is amongst the schemes that we are certainly looking at. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, we are looking also at the potential for free ports around the country, which can deliver a great deal of benefit to coastal communities.
Julian Knight.
Speaker, Solihull is next to Britain's second biggest city, yet many of my constituents, myself included, struggle to get adequate broadband, something that's repeated across this House. Does the Prime Minister agree with me? This is a matter that needs intense parliamentary scrutiny, and will he commit to put the government's shoulder to the wheel to get providers to improve our country's broadband?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, together with the Secretary of State for DCMS, I chaired a meeting only a couple of days ago with all the broadband providers, and it would be fair to say that we collectively wielded the knout over their heads, Mr. Speaker, because I agree with my honourable friend. We need to make progress. We will make progress. We will deliver gigabit broadband, £5 billion going to that programme over the next 5 years.
Please, Cunningham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Prime Minister didn't know anything about a plan to dump radioactive waste in my Stockton North constituency. But I hope he remembers when I told him a few weeks ago that men in his constituency live 14 years longer than in mine in my request for a new hospital. Just when is he going to end this scandal that means that Teesside men have the same life expectancy as those in Ethiopia and tackle the health inequalities in our area?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I may say to the honourable gentleman, his point is absolutely valid, and the discrepancy in life expectancy in this country is a disgrace. But it is coming down, and it will come down. And life expectancy overall is at an all-time high. On the specific issue he raises about the disposal of nuclear waste, Mr. Speaker, I understand that my honourable friend, the Minister for the Environment, has written to the honourable gentleman about that issue.
Amanda Soloway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You may have noticed that it's been a long time since I was a teenager, and my memory has faded over the years. And yet I still remember the embarrassment and shame that I felt each month when I had my period. We couldn't afford sanitary products, and I was forced to use toilet paper or when we didn't have that newspaper. Would the Prime Minister agree with me and acknowledge the work of Amika George, founder of Free Periods Campaign Group, which means that no young woman of school age in this country should ever have to feel the shame I felt and remember all those years ago?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I congratulate my honourable friend on the campaign that she is waging on this issue, and I'm delighted to tell her that free period products are to be made available to all schools and colleges in England, so that we can ensure no young person's education is disrupted by their period. I'd like to pay particular tribute to the work of Amika George, who's done so much to bring about change. And I just remind the House that, of course, it's when we get Brexit done, which we will, and which they would still block, Mr. Speaker, that we will be able to cut VAT on sanitary products and make period products cheaper for everybody in the country.
Sir Geoffrey Donaldson.
Mr. Speaker, as we approach the moment when we leave the European Union, the Prime Minister will be aware of concerns in Northern Ireland. And we welcome his assurance that there will continue to be unfettered access for Northern Ireland businesses to the UK single market. But does that commitment also apply to goods moving from Great Britain to Northern Ireland?
Minister.
Emphatically, Mr. Speaker, it does.
We now come to the urgent question. Diane Abbott. I'll take them after the UQ.
Diane, I'll stay in for your question. Well done on this.
Can members leave quickly and quietly, please? I want to get the UQ underway. Can we all sit down? Diane Abbott.
To ask the Secretary of State for the Home Department to make a statement on the Home Office's oversight of the police in their operation of the Prevent programme.
Yes, that's good. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, counter-terrorism policing in this country is operationally independent. Now, this is an important principle. The operational independence of our police from government is integral to our democracy. The Home Office does, however, carry oversight of the police on behalf of the Home Secretary, and we are clear that the right to peaceful protest is a cornerstone of our just society and an indispensable channel of political and social expression. Counter-terrorism Police South East have, for example, stated categorically that they do not classify Extinction Rebellion as an extremist organisation, and that the inclusion of Extinction Rebellion in their guidance to frontline officers was an error of judgment. The police have recalled the guidance and are reviewing it. And I want to reiterate that Extinction Rebellion is in no way considered an extremist group under the 2015 definition of extremism, and the Home Secretary has been clear on this point. The police have also made clear that they regret any offence caused by the inclusion of the Ukrainian trizub symbol in their internal educational document. That document was produced to help frontline officers and staff recognise and understand the wide range of signs and symbols they may come across whilst on duty. As the police have said, it explicitly states that many of the symbols are not of counter-terrorism interest. Unfortunately, far-right groups do have a history of misappropriating national symbols as part of their identity. And this was the reasoning behind the inclusion of several symbols. But we recognise that the trizub, Ukraine's state coat of arms, carries constitutional importance as well as both historical and cultural significance for the people of Ukraine. And we sincerely regret any offence caused to the Ukrainian nation or its people.
Diane Abbott.
The Minister will be aware that guidance issued by the Counter-Terror Police on extremist ideologies as part of the Prevent programme did include Extinction Rebellion. He's telling the House now it's an error of judgment, but on this side of the House we would argue that it was a very serious error of judgment. And can he tell the House, does he agree with Sir Peter Fahy, the head of Prevent from 2010 to 2015, who said, Extinction Rebellion is about lawful protest and disruption to get publicity, very different from terrorist acts. We also understand that in the guidance document there is mention of organisations like Greenpeace, Stop the Badger Cull, Palestinian Solidarity Campaign, Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament and vegan activists. Can the House be provided with a list of all the organisations listed by the Counter-Terror Police Guidance? And what is the basis for the inclusion of groups like vegan activists? Will the Secretary of State accept that in a democracy there's a fundamental right to disagreement and non-violent campaigning, and that interfering or denying that right, even in terms of an error of judgment, is a fundamental breach of the democratic contract between the government and the governed? And finally, there is supposed to be a review of Prevent. We understand it's going to report back in August. Can the Minister tell me who is the current leader of the Prevent Review now Lord Carlisle has stepped down? And can the Minister assure the House that this review of Prevent will indeed report back in August?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just, in part of the answer around protests, and the right honourable lady outlined the importance of protest groups, their ability to raise their profile, to raise the profile of an issue that they are protesting about. We absolutely agree with that. As I said in my opening remarks, we are very clear that the right to peaceful protest is a cornerstone of our just society and an indispensable channel of political and social expression. And I would say to you, in terms of the guidance, as I've said, the police have recalled that guidance and they are reviewing it. And we and the police have both said that protest groups are not extremist groups, and membership of a protest organisation is not, nor should it ever be, an indicator that an individual is vulnerable to being drawn into terrorism. It is important that protest groups have that space. We believe in and we defend and we fight for freedom of speech, and we will continue to do so. With regard to the review, I can say to the right honourable lady that the review does remain. It's got a statutory deadline of the 12th of August 2020 for that review to be completed and findings shared. The next steps for the review are being considered right now and will be announced in due course.
David.
Thank you, Speaker. I was surprised to be called quite so quickly. There's no doubt, I say to the Minister, this is a difficult area. But it always used to be the case that the Home Office saw as its job both the protection of life and the protection of our way of life. And unfortunately, in the almost impossible task of preventing every act of violence and every act of terrorism, it sometimes slipped into a somewhat thought police mode. Can he remind the agencies, all of them, that we perhaps all subscribe to a French saying, namely, I may detest what you believe, but I'll defend to the death your right to say?
Minister.
My right honourable friend, as ever, makes a very important point, and I think reconfirms this point I made. I think all of us, hopefully across this House, believe in freedom of speech, believe in people's right, and we need to defend the right to have that freedom of speech. And I can give him the assurance that I do, and the Home Secretary, we do meet weekly with counter-terrorism police and our agencies, and this is an issue we will be bringing up with them in our very next meeting.
Joanna Chorley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I congratulate the Shadow Home Secretary on securing this urgent question? Mr. Speaker, the suggestion that campaigning for peace and for environmental and human rights should be regarded as extremist activities is ludicrous, but it's also a threat to civil liberties. Freedom of speech is essential in a democracy, and freedom of speech is under attack like never before in our society. And I want to be assured that the Government will condemn all attacks on freedom of speech and also support freedom of assembly. Last year, we saw a striking contrast in the way in which protests by Extinction Rebellion outside this House were policed, as opposed to other protests. Extinction Rebellion were kept very far back from Parliament, when other protests, including some Leave protesters, were allowed right up close to Parliament and were allowed to shout in the face of female MPs without any interference. Now, Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the Minister will be looking into that. I also want to point out that Scotland takes a very different approach to the Prevent strategy, placing it within the context of safer communities and relying on the traditionally stronger relationships between community and police in Scotland. So will the Home Secretary consider adopting that approach in England? And does he see that approaching that approach might prevent the sort of problems we saw with this mistake last week and also make the Prevent strategy more effective in England?
Well, I would say to the right honourable lady, just as a slightly, to give some context to this, counter-terrorism policing does create a range of guidance documents for use across the whole of policing, not just by counter-terrorism officers or indeed Prevent practitioners. Now, we produce and they produce these documents to help frontline officers and other colleagues make informed decisions, including protecting crowded places at times of protest, an area work Fiat Murray has done amazing work on. Now, this signs and symbols document, which has become the subject of the Guardian article, was produced to help the police and close partners identify and understand signs and symbols they may come across in their day-to-day working life, so that they know the difference between the symbols for the many groups they may come across. But these things have to be done correctly and in the right context. And that is where the police themselves have recognised that this was an error of judgment, and they have withdrawn that document and they are reviewing it.
John Whittington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable friend appreciate the enormous distress and offence that this has caused across Ukraine? And will he share my view that this symbol does need to be removed from the police guidance? And will he also take this opportunity to reiterate the fact that this country remains a very strong friend and supporter of Ukraine?
Minister. My right honourable friend makes a very good point, and I would say my right honourable friend, the member for Tamworth, has himself spoken to his opposite number in Ukraine today, and indeed I myself am likely to see one of my opposite numbers in Zagreb over the next couple of days, and I will be expressing exactly what we as a government express: huge regret that this has happened in the first place. We do have a very valuable and a very positive relationship with our friends and partners in Ukraine. We look to see that continue and strengthen as we look outward as a global country as we leave the European Union.
Chris Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The only factor that is radicalising people in this area of concern is their legitimate and understandable concerns that we are not addressing climate change quickly enough. Can the Minister respond to the question from my right honourable friend, the Shadow Home Secretary, about who is now leading this programme? He didn't manage to address that. And does he share my concern that the Prevent programme and our anti-terrorist strategy has had its credibility damaged by this action, and that he will need to work to restore that credibility as a result?
Minister.
Well, look, first of all, the Prevent programme itself is fundamentally about safeguarding and supporting vulnerable individuals to stop them becoming terrorists or supporting terrorism. So I would just say to him to be very acutely aware of the context and the difference between the fact that Extinction Rebellion should not have been in the first place. The police have outlined that that was an error of judgment. They have withdrawn that document and they are reviewing it. In terms of the Prevent review, that will go ahead, and we will be making some further announcements around the chairmanship and the progress of that before it reports fully in 2020 in August this year.
Alicia Count.
Thank you. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by expressing again my steadfast support for the government of Ukraine, with whom I have worked to counter violent extremism and the threats of those who cause discontent and division in our own country. Violent extremism is a scourge, and Prevent helps keep us safe. So what can my right honourable friend share with me in terms of plans when someone has been convicted of a serious terrorist offence, gone to prison and come out? What support will there be to ensure they do not become re-radicalised and do not go on to commit more crimes, and we keep our people safe?
Minister.
My honourable friend, who's got huge experience in this field, makes a very important point. The government yesterday announced some moves and measures to ensure that people who commit the most heinous crimes, including terrorism, will see longer, more severe sentences, and victims can have confidence in that. But it's also right that we continue to work to ensure that we do everything we can to ensure that people who have committed an offence are able to reform and move forward. There are lessons to learn. One of the things we are looking at in terms of taking forward the Prevent review itself are the lessons to learn from Fishmongers Hall and the experience of that. But my honourable friend is right. This is an area we need to continue to work on to make sure we keep our society safe.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The police might say this was an error of judgment, but it is also part of a pattern. Footage of my own arrest for peaceful protest against fracking was used in Prevent training sessions back in 2015. And in 2016, the Home Office said that support for anti-fracking is not an indicator of vulnerability to extremism. But years later, evidence shows that 4 police forces were still all identifying anti-fracking as a perceived extremist risk. So can he tell me why we should now trust his department on this subject? What are they doing differently? And in particular, what reassurance can he give us in the run-up to COP26 that he will be giving advice to the police that any policing in the run-up and at COP26 is within the law and is appropriate?
Minister.
Well, I would say a couple of things to the Honourable Lady. First of all, as I said earlier on, the police in this country have independence. I think it's important that we protect that independence, respect that independence of the police. They have said that this was an error of judgment. They've withdrawn it. They are reviewing it. But as I also said, the guidance documents that counter-terrorism policing produce are used across policing and partners in terms of dealing with groups, including public events and public venues. And when she refers to COP coming up very, very soon, which I think will be a tremendous opportunity for this country to outline what we do, I have absolute confidence that our police will do as they always do at these events, which is do our country very, very proud.
Debbie Green.
I was glad to hear the Minister make a very clear distinction between the right of free speech, the right of peaceful protest, which is an absolute part of the values of this country, and counter-terrorist activities, that the two should be kept firmly apart, preventing the latter. But in terms of actual counter-terrorist activity, can he be more specific about the use of probation, which is clearly, in the wake of London Bridge, going to be a very important part of counter-terrorist prevention activity?
Minister.
Well, as my one honourable friend rightly outlines, probation is an important part of that and can play an important part of the rehabilitation work. We have got lessons to learn, and the system is looking at the lessons to learn as we come out of the tragedy of Fishmongers Hall. We have also, as I said yesterday, announced some changes around that the government's going to bring in on prison sentences to ensure that we do everything we can to keep people safe and keep people who commit these crimes in prison for longer. But yes, we are always looking to learn, to improve, to ensure that when people do come out of prison, they are properly reformed and safe to be in society.
The work of the counter-terror police across the country is incredibly important, and they do great work to keep us safe. But that's why this guidance was such a problem, because we cannot afford for confidence in their work to be undermined. So could he tell the House, when did the Home Office see this guidance, and has he asked to see all similar guidance from all police forces across the country to make sure that no other counter-terror groups are making this same mistake?
Minister.
Well, look, in terms of the document itself, as I say, the police have withdrawn it. They are reviewing it. I fully respect, and we as a government respect, the independence of the police, and those guidance documents are part of their independence. They are what they produce for their officers and the work that they do, and I think it's right that we respect that. But as I said earlier on, myself and the Home Secretary meet with the representatives and the leadership of counter-terrorism police and other partners on a weekly basis. This is an issue we'll be raising with them to ensure that they are focused on the importance of getting this right. But as I said, it's also, those documents are about alerting their officers to all of the types of groups and all of the types of symbols they may deal with in their day-to-day work. But as I say, I think we need to ensure that we acknowledge the regret the police have shown over this error of judgment, and that they are reviewing that document.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the Prevent Review takes place, will the Minister ensure that particular attention is given to the intractable problem of proselytising within jails by people who have been jailed for long periods for terrorism offences? They can't be kept in isolation throughout their long sentences, and if they're not in isolation, there's the danger of them radicalising others. I think special attention needs to be given to this problem during the review.
Minister.
My honourable friend does make a very good point about some of the challenges we see within prisons. I will certainly make sure that his comments are taken on board as we go further with that Prevent Review that we will be making sure is reported back within the timeframe of August this year.
Abdul Khan.
Mr. Speaker, if the government is serious about conducting a proper independent review of Prevent, can the Minister give assurance that they will engage with the key Muslim organisations such as Muslim Council of Britain and to heed the advice of the Muslim community?
Minister.
Well, I think the honourable gentleman makes a good point about the reviewer will want to be making sure they're engaging with a wide range of people across all communities. Of course, Prevent works not just with the Muslim community, but obviously with far right and right across our entire community. But the independent review will be independent, but we will be encouraging him to make sure that he is consulting very, very widely.
Dr. Matthew Offord.
I just wish to echo the previous question that we enjoy policing by consent in this country, and I'm rather uncomfortable that some religious communities don't feel that the Prevent programme actually subscribes to their view of the world and in some ways discriminates against them. So will he again take the opportunity to use the review programme to engage with the Muslim Council of Britain and others?
Minister.
Well, as I say, the independent review is independent. We'll be consulting widely across with the groups that they see fit. But the PREVENT programme itself, I have to say, is working. It is successful. And PREVENT itself has made a significant impact in stopping people being drawn into terrorism. Just in 2018-19, some 101 projects were delivered in London alone to address vulnerabilities such as education, social isolation and substance abuse. I think this is a project that's working. We want to just make sure that what's good gets even better.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I welcome what has been said about the error of judgment being acknowledged by the police. But further to what other honourable members have said, can I stress that unfortunately the effect has been to undermine confidence in PREVENT and raise questions about the culture within which it is operating, that such an error of judgment could take place. So with the review, can we be assured of what steps will be taken to ensure that there is not a culture which allows this sort of error of judgment to take place and undermine an important operation?
Stop.
Well, I think we need to be very clear that this was a document produced by the police for the police's use and purpose. That is separate to the wider PREVENT programme, which does work across a huge range of communities and organisations across this country, and is very, very successful in safeguarding and protecting vulnerable people, and as a result of that, our society. And I think we should be lauding that and being very pleased with that. And from the police's point of view, as I said, they've withdrawn this document and they are reviewing it.
Rachel McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister agree with me that we must never lose sight of the possibility of reform, even for the worst criminals and terrorists who have committed heinous crimes? So can he update the House on when we will start this programme of recruitment for specialist counter-terrorism probation officers, which I think would be welcome to keep our society and our constituents safe?
My honourable friend makes a very good point. It is important that we do remember that people are able to reform. We want people to reform. Obviously, we want to get the balance right, making sure that the British public are clear that this government is on their side, and people who commit heinous crimes will serve severe, proper and long sentences, because our first priority is to keep people safe. We made the announcement over the increase in counter-terrorism funding just yesterday, and we'll be updating that as we go forward in terms of when that is spent, how that is spent. But we are keen to move quickly to ensure we keep our country safe.
Very sure.
Speaker, can I thank the Minister for putting the record straight on Extinction Rebellion and all that? But will he also mind me giving a plug to the quality of the work of my local police in delivering the PREVENT programme and also supporting members of Parliament? I've recently had some really awful death threats against me and my staff, and the level of support, not just being effective, carrying through an investigation and arresting two people, but also the support, day to day, phoning up, giving the support. I know lots of members have received that support, and I hope it can continue, but can I thank the people who supply it to members?
I think the honourable gentleman makes a very generous but very correct statement there, and I would absolutely echo that. I'm very, very fortunate and often humbled in this job on a daily basis, seeing the work that our counter-terrorism police do in partnership as well with local police and indeed our agencies. We have got, I would argue, the best in the world, and day after day they keep us safe.
Steve Baker.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I hope the Government has had a look at Policy Exchange's paper titled For Better or Worse, Extremism Rebellion, because although we may hold to defend people's right to hold views about green anarchism, eco-socialism and radical anti-capitalist environmentalism, I do just want to make sure that there's no tacit approval from either dispatch box for what the Right Honourable Lady opposite called a disruption, and I would say it's a deliberate policy of disruption. Will the Minister reassure me the Government does know what it's dealing with?
My honourable friend makes an interesting point, and I suspect he's also referring back to some of the difficult situations the police had to deal with not that long ago with regard. But he's right, that is separate to the fact that, as I said, Extinction Rebellion is not considered an extremist group under the 2015 definition of extremism, and we are clear on that.
Catherine West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister show some common sense and assist the police in understanding the difference between, say, young people being involved in Extinction Rebellion or CND, and on the other hand, within the PREVENT programme assessment that's going to be taking place this year, look at the real risks around the insufficient numbers of skilled probation officers looking after extremely troubled and dangerous criminals?
I would just say to the lady, I suspect she hasn't actually had a chance to see the document that she's referring to, because in it, and I quote, it does specifically say, the document in question explicitly states that many of the groups are not of counter-terrorism interest. But as I said, the police have acknowledged that there was an error of judgment having that reference in there, and they're withdrawing it, they're reviewing it, and it is something that the Home Secretary and myself will be continuing to talk to them about.
Robert Halfon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prevent is supposed to stop Islamist extremism, and I've been alerted this morning that a pro-Iranian regime charity known as the IHRC is apparently circulating a programme for their Genocide Memorial Day, circulated to school teachers via digital education services, including a video that compares the Nazi Holocaust with Israeli actions in Gaza, that has a series of books and video lists directing children to further material critical of Israel and diminishing the deaths of 6 million Jews in the Holocaust. Will my right honourable friend launch an urgent inquiry into what this organisation is doing, why these things are on digital education platforms, and work with the Charities Commission and the Department for Education to stop this happening again?
Well, my right honourable friend has given a very stark and concerning example of the kind of issues and details that the Prevent and indeed our police deal with. And he's right to highlight the education sector, who in 2017-18 accounted for some 33% of referrals to Prevent, which does work across extremism, not just one particular area. But I will certainly follow up with him directly on the issue that he has raised to make sure that this gets the proper attention.
Mr. Speaker, I've been a member of Scottish CND for many years, and would the Minister agree with me that it's ludicrous, perverse and offensive that an organisation of people peacefully protesting indiscriminate murder with nuclear weapons has ended up in this document?
Well, I will say to the Honourable Lady, the police are reviewing the document, as I said earlier on. It is a guide that's there to help the police identify and understand the range of organisations that they may come across. It does not in any way suggest that membership or affiliation with the non-prescribed groups would be sufficient to trigger some kind of Prevent referral, or that we would consider non-violent protest as a potential indicator for extremism. So I can give you the assurance, as we say, we protect people's right to freedom of speech. The right to protest, I think, is an important part of our society, and this document is being reviewed.
Sir Desmond Swin.
Okay. How many officers are occupied in monitoring terrorists that have been released?
Obviously, the terrorists who have been released from prison are monitored by whether it's probation or the police themselves, depending on the structure of their release. I hope my right honourable friend will understand that I'm not in a position to be able to comment. I think it would be a security issue to comment on the specific numbers and how we deal with it, but it is an issue we are alert to. It is an issue we're aware of, and as I said, there are lessons to learn from what happened at Fishmongers Hall, and that is a piece of work that is ongoing.
Speaker, the Minister will know that the word Islam is the Arabic word for peace. Would he agree with me that the focus of the Prevent activity should be to ensure the people in the Muslim community don't misrepresent, misconstrue and corrupt the words of the Quran, but as opposed to what people fear the Prevent focus is that there's sort of too much Islam, too much Muslim ideology. Surely the focus is that people shouldn't corrupt the teachings in a way that brings about terror, and we should be encouraging mainstream Muslim organisations to work with us for the good of all.
Well, I understand the point that the Honourable Gentleman is making. I think he's right to differentiate between two different issues. And I would just say I think this does go to, and I think the heart of what Prevent programme is about is something that does fundamentally back up the point he is making, because the Prevent programme is fundamentally about safeguarding and supporting vulnerable individuals to stop them becoming terrorists or supporting terrorism. It's not about what religion and how they practice their religious beliefs. It's about, as I say, stopping people from becoming terrorists. It is working, it is successful, as I said, and it does make a significant impact in stopping people being drawn into terrorism in the first place. And through the Counter-Terrorism and Security Act in 2015, if Mr. Speaker, you would just bear with me for a second, because I think the context is important here, we introduced the Prevent statutory duty. Now, that duty requires local authorities, schools, colleges, universities, health bodies, prisons and probation and police to prevent people from being drawn into terrorism as part of their day-to-day work. So it does have a very clear, specific purpose that is about keeping our country safe and vulnerable people safe.
Sandra.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Will the Minister join me in congratulating Waqar Ahmed and his team in Birmingham for all the excellent work that they do with Prevent and becoming national leaders in that field? And that's mostly because a lot of the work that they do is community-led and done bottom-up. And it's therefore disappointing that there are a number of Birmingham Labour councillors who have attempted to undermine the process. And so will he do everything he can in the Home Office to ensure that the police are given the powers they need to keep our streets safe?
Absolutely. My honourable friend is absolutely right to highlight this, and the kind of good work that we see going on in the community is a huge credit to the organisation of the people he has outlined, and we are determined to make sure that the police know that they have our full support in doing all the work they do to ensure they're protecting vulnerable people, keeping our country safe. Their independence, I think, is a key part of the structure of that. We thank them for what they do, and organisations, as my honourable friend has so rightly represented.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Is the Minister able to state unequivocally that the Ukrainian coat of arms will now be removed from this document?
Well, as I said earlier on, this document has been withdrawn. The police are reviewing it, but I'm not going to interfere with the independence of our police. This is a document drafted by the police, for the police. We respect their independence, but they have outlined and understand that they regret this happening. I've explained why it happened, but I don't expect to see this kind of mistake again in the future.
Diane Abbott.
Thank you. So County Durham Police do excellent work in protecting people right across Bishop Auckland, Spennymoor, Shildon and Barnard Castle. And given the threatening tones I heard yesterday, I'm unfortunately going to be contacting them to talk about the safety of my team at the Durham Miners Gala in July. So does my right honourable friend agree that preserving the operational independence of the police, including counter-terror policing units, is of the utmost importance to keeping our streets safe?
My honourable friend makes an important point, and I think all of us in society, as she's rightly outlined, we sometimes see things, and I did see the comments yesterday, which are very concerning. She's absolutely right to raise that issue with the relevant authorities, and I'm happy to discuss that with her as well to make sure that it is properly taken forward. But it is right that we do continue to defend the independence of our police and make sure that they know that we are there to support them in the brilliant work they do, keeping us safe.
Point of order, Mr Speaker.
Rear Edel.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This morning, Jaguar Land Rover announced the loss of 500 jobs at the Halewood plant in my constituency as they move from a 3 to a 2-shift system. That's over 10% of the total. Given the ongoing uncertainty about Brexit and the UK's trading relationship with the EU, worse may be to come. So can you, Mr Speaker, advise me about how I can ensure that ministers and the PM himself take this existential threat to the auto manufacturing industry in Liverpool as seriously as they should, and seek to help those losing their jobs as much as they can?
Quite rightly, it's been raised on the floor of the House. What I would say is I would expect the ministerial benches to have quickly made a note, and actually I'm sure the Prime Minister will be brought to his attention is a serious impact on the North West, and recognise how important those jobs are. But it's certainly now on the record. I hope others will follow up on that. Further points for Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Those of us who campaigned in the previous Parliament for a review of the law on assisted dying were informed informally by the government that an inquiry might take place. In advance of my Westminster Hall debate on this very subject tomorrow, I wonder if I could have some guidance on which department, which minister we could follow this up with now in the new government.
I'm sure that will be taken on board as well, which Minister will. What I would say is I recognise there's been real frustration around this, and I know through your good offices that you will also pursue to achieve help from the table office as well. I think that would be a good way. David Linden.
Mr Speaker, your guidance is that I might use the procedures of this House to resolve a case with the Home Office. This morning, my office received a call from UK Visas and Immigration regarding a visitor visa application. Now, listed in the application is the daughter of the applicant, a constituent of mine who has the later stages of motor neurons disease. UK Visas and Immigration are refusing to deal with my office regarding the case unless I can produce a signed mandate from the applicant who's currently in China. My office has never been asked to do this before, and this, in essence, it means that everything is being delayed and we're wasting time for a constituent who does not have long left. So can you give me advice as to how we can cut through the red tape on the part of the Home Office and perhaps have a more compassionate approach to dealing with my constituent?
What I would say is can I thank him for giving me notice of this point of order. Of course, it's not an issue for the Chair, but what I
recognises the frustration of the member, and obviously he quite rightly wants to take up the case of his constituent and the issue of the child visa. I'm sure that people will be listening to this, and I hope his concern is now being heard by ministers and will be acting.
Sir Desmond Swain.
Mr. Speaker, do you remember that when we were first elected, we weren't allowed to read our questions? Is there not at least a possibility that were members required to remember their questions, at least some of them wouldn't bang on so long, and all our time could be used more effectively?
Excellent question.
What I would say is when we came in together in 1997, it was frowned upon to actually read a question. People had to do the question without help and assistance. What I would say is we've got a new panel, a lot of new members are learning the way, and hopefully people get into the habit rather quickly of actually doing the question without aid.
I hate to bang on, but Mr. Speaker, it's the older ones that are the worst.
And as you proved, just because you read it doesn't stop us taking a lot more time. Right, if there's no more further points of order, we now come to the European Withdrawal Bill with consideration of Lord's amendments to the European Union Withdrawal Agreement Bill. I must draw the House's attention to the fact that the financial privilege is engaged by Lord's Amendments 1. We'll begin with Government motion to disagree Lord's Amendment 1, with which we will consider the other motions listed on the paper. I call the Minister to move to disagree with the Lord's Amendment 1. To disagree. Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is less than a fortnight since we last debated this bill in this House. Since then, the House of Lords has sat for nearly 40 hours to debate more than 100 amendments. The noble lords in the other place have asked this House to think again on 5 matters, and I will address each in turn. To turn to Lord's Amendment 1 on citizens' rights by the Lord Oates. I know that the noble lords share the government's commitment to putting the rights and welfare of citizens at the heart of our withdrawal negotiations. The first part of this amendment establishes a declaratory system, and the second part requires ministers to bring forward regulations making provisions for those with declaratory rights to apply for a document evidencing their rights. This amendment would mean the successful EU settlement scheme in its current form would need to be abandoned. This is because there would be no need to register if people could later rely on a declaration that they were already in the UK. This would make null and void the 2.8 million applications and the 2.5 million grants of status which have already been completed. Well, in a moment, the government under this amendment would also be unable to issue digital status to EU citizens without also issuing physical documents, including to those already holding a digital status under the current scheme. And this would increase the risk of fraud and raises the issue of costs to government and citizens. Of course, I give way to the Honourable Lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to the Minister for giving way. However, he surely is aware that his own ministers have also been stating that it might be possible for people to print off emails, for example, to provide that confirmation. There seems to be a huge number of mixed messages here, and he'll also be aware that many of those citizens are already being asked for that proof by employers. Surely they should deal with the system as it's actually being used, rather than his imagined reality of it, which is rather different.
The Honourable Lady anticipates the next point I was coming on to make in terms of the interplay between a physical document and the digital status, because, as you well know, digital status is more secure than any physical document could ever be. And furthermore, all successful applicants receive a confirmation letter and can download secure share codes, which can be printed or sent to anybody an EU citizen might need to show their status to in the future. So the key is that the number that is there is the best, the digital status is the most secure, but of course people can print off the email that they receive. And the vote to leave included, Mr. Speaker, a desire for greater control of our borders. We need to be able to differentiate between EU citizens who arrived pre-exit
and have rights set out in this bill, and EU citizens who arrive after we leave, who will be treated the same as the rest of the world under the forthcoming immigration bill. So despite the good intentions, a declaratory status does not allow for that differentiation, and I therefore urge members to reject this amendment. Of course I could wait.
The Secretary of State for giving way. He will understand that there are, of course, some people for whom the challenge of applying for status is very considerable, and I think the government has said that it will give reasonable consideration to those who have reason not to have applied by the deadline. One group that I and other colleagues are particularly concerned about are children looked after in the care system by local authorities, who don't, in many cases, have either the resources or the expertise to pursue applications for those children to obtain settled status. Can the Secretary of State assure the House that they will be protected as a declaratory system would do?
Lady makes a fair point, and I know it's an issue on which she's taken over many years a very close interest. And she will be aware, firstly, that we've committed £9 million to work with vulnerable groups in order to help those sectors, including the one to which she refers, in terms of using the settlement scheme. She'll also be aware we put a grace period in place to allow additional time if there are reasons why people need to apply late. But the fact is, this is a scheme with no charge and where almost 3 million people have applied. So it is working well, but we have an outreach programme with 57 organisations with money committed to address the point to which she refers. I will now turn to their Lordships' Amendments 2 and 3. Of course. Go.
The Government has previously disputed estimates by very respected think tanks that there will be tens and probably hundreds of thousands of EEA nationals who will fail to apply by the deadline and therefore lose their rights. Yep. Has the Government done its own estimate of those numbers? And if it hasn't, how on earth can he dispute those figures?
Well, I think, firstly, that is in part why the Government has put a grace period in place to address, and it reflects the debate we had in this House on many previous occasions around concerns that the Honourable Member and others raised as to whether people did miss the deadline, and so there is a grace period. But the fact that almost 3 million people have applied is a reflection of the fact that the scheme is actually working very effectively. I'll make just a little progress, then I'll take further interventions. I'll now turn, Mr. Speaker, to their Lordships' Amendments 2 and 3 on the interpretation of retained EU law. Amendment 2 by Lord Beath removes the power to set which courts may diverge from retained CJEU case law and how. Amendment 3 by Lord Mackay inserts into the clause a mechanism whereby any court may, where it thinks CJEU case law should be departed from, ask the Supreme Court to decide on that matter. The other place is one of the greatest concentrations of legal talent in the world, and it is only right that the Government's intentions on such a sensitive matter should be examined by their Lordships, including challenging alternatives proposed. The bill ensures time is built in to allow consultation of the senior judiciary in all jurisdictions. And it is worth, Mr. Speaker, repeating, as my friends Lord Callan and Keane said, that we will, of course, also consult with the devolved administrations. The noble and learned Lord Mackay, in proposing Amendment 3, has moved an interesting proposal. But the Government cannot accept this recreation of the CJEU's preliminary reference procedure.
Would my right honourable friend give way?
Of course.
My right honourable friend, as a fellow lawyer, will know the importance of the doctrine of binding precedent, stare decisis, to our common law system. That was what was seeking to be dealt with by these amendments. If you look at the Hansard in the Lords, it's very clear that we were close to a compromise with Lord Mackay, whereby the necessary scheme to disapply EU law will be dealt with, but will be dealt with with courts of appellate jurisdiction, not necessarily the Supreme Court, but appellate courts. Will he think, again, perhaps, that if we don't accept this amendment as it currently stands, the Government will try again to find a compromise when this goes back to the Lords? Because this is a fundamental principle where we ought to be able to find agreement.
Right honourable friend speaks with authority and very constructively in terms of how this issue could be addressed. But let me reassure him that the Government does intend to consider and consult in a rigorous manner to make sure that CJEU case law is properly domesticated after the end of the implementation period. And I'd also like to set out for honourable, and especially honourable and learned members, that the power in clause 26 is sunset to the end of the year, the point at which courts will start interpreting retained EU law. I will in a moment. So any change to the rules of interpretation will come in time for litigants and the courts, and we will ensure there is at all times legal clarity on the rules of interpretation. I give way to.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way, but I stand to support my right honourable friend's proposal of going back to the Lords for compromise on this matter, because I do think of all the changes that have been incorporated into the Withdrawal Act in the last month or two, this is the one which is weakest. It holds open a great deal, a swathe of problems for both government and judiciary, and I think that Lord Mackay got very close to getting it right, and we should talk to him again.
Yeah. Well, as my predecessor but one, I always listen intently to the constructive points put by my right honourable friend. But I would draw his attention to the fact that we are committed to consulting with the senior judiciary in terms of our approach to this, which I think is the underlying point that the right honourable gentleman is raising. I know the honourable.
Grateful to him for giving way. He says that he's going to consult with the devolved administrations, but the problem is, at present, the government speaks to the devolved administrations but doesn't take any cognizance of their answer. So can he give me an assurance that when he consults with the devolved administrations on this matter, he will not only listen, but he will actually take on board their advice?
Yeah. Well, you know, what I'd say to the and we had a meeting between ministers and devolved government representatives yesterday in terms of taking on board, as part of our discussions on the next phase of negotiations, the input of the devolved administration. And there have been instances where my counterpart in the Scottish Government has paid tribute, for example, to one of the ministers in the department in the early consultation on the withdrawal agreement bill itself, as the consultation. So I appreciate the honourable and learned lady's position will always be to desire more consultation and for the UK Government to take further note. But it is the case that we are consulting and will continue to do so. But of course I give way a further time.
Grateful to him for giving way again, because it's not that I desire more consultation, it's that I desire the British Government to take on board what the Scottish Government says. Effective consultation, as my honourable and learned friend says. The difficulty is, and the Minister will know this very well, that the Cabinet Secretary, Michael Russell, the senior-most person in the Scottish Government within the British Government deal, is quite clear that he is listened to if he's lucky, but they never take his advice on board.
Well, I think, Mr. Speaker, to say never contradicts comments that Mr. Russell himself has said, but I think the honourable and learned lady has made a point in terms of consultation. I'll make a little bit more progress than I'll take further, but I urge members to reject those two amendments. Turning, Mr. Speaker, to Lord's Amendment 4, which was moved in the other place in the name of the noble Lord, Lord Dubs. While the Government humbly disagrees with the noble Lord's amendment, we on these benches recognise the sincerity and the dedication of the noble Lord in relation to this issue and the constructive scrutiny he has provided on behalf of vulnerable children. This amendment removes the provision which amends the 2018 Act to require the Government to report on its policy in relation to unaccompanied asylum-seeking children. I can only say again, Mr. Speaker, as I did in our previous debates, that the Government's policy is unchanged. Delivering on it will not require legislation. The Government has a proud record on supporting, in a moment I will, the Government has a proud record on supporting the most vulnerable children. The UK has granted protection to over 41,000 children since the start of 2010. In 2018, the UK received over 3,000 asylum applications from unaccompanied children, and the UK deals with 15% of all claims in the EU, making us the third highest intake country in Europe. Indeed, the intake in the year ending to September 2019 rose to over 3,500. I give way
for giving way, and I'm pleased that the policy hasn't changed. But why then is he changing the legislation?
It's their bill. It's their bill.
Peter, I mean, again, the right honourable gentleman preempts the passage that I am just coming on to in my remarks. Mr. Speaker, honourable members will be aware that my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, wrote to the European Commission on the 22nd of October on this very issue. This amendment in no way affects our commitment to seeking an agreement with the EU. Primary legislation cannot deliver the best outcomes for these children, as it cannot guarantee that we reach an agreement. And that is why this is ultimately a matter which must be negotiated with the EU, and the government is committed to seeking the best possible outcome in those negotiations. Give way, and then, of course, the...
Thank you very much. There have been many arguments and debates across this House over the past 3.5 years about the rights of European citizens and about protecting those rights. But surely none of us, regardless of which side of that argument we were on, want to see these children, refugee children, who are amongst the most vulnerable in the world, any question of their safety and the possibility of their being reunited with their families undermined. Why then is the government so determined to take this out of the bill and to not just purely go with the amendment which would guarantee it and would reassure everyone in this House?
Alluded to in terms of this is an issue the Home Secretary is addressing, but of course I could wait to the chair of the or the previous chair of the Home Select Committee. I'm conscious the election is still to come.
Vet Cooper.
The Minister has still given no reason. Why take it out of the 2018 Act? It's in previous legislation. There's loads of things in legislation through the decades that the government says it agrees with, it says it isn't needed because it says it agrees with it, but it doesn't remove it from the statute book. And that is what makes us all suspicious, that he wants to remove it because there's some reason why he thinks it will restrict what he wants to do, and therefore that he's going to, in the end, betray the commitments that have been made to the most vulnerable children of all.
Let me address that head on, Mr. Speaker. The reason is the purpose of this legislation is to implement in domestic law the international agreement we've reached. That is the purpose, and that is what the withdrawal bill is doing. That is why we don't support this amendment. But what drives the concern of the Right Honourable Lady is whether the protections will be in place for unaccompanied children. And to that I draw her attention again to the record of this government as one of the 3 best countries in the EU, as a country, as the figures show, that is the 3rd highest intake country, that deals with 15% of all claims, and that is the policy commitment that the Prime Minister and the government is committed to, and that is reflected in the approach of the Home Secretary. Turning to Lord's amendment, of course, yes.
Very grateful to the Secretary of State. Can I ask him, just at this late stage in the comments that he's making, reflect again on Amendment 4 and indeed Amendment 1. If what he says is true to this House, then there is no principle at stake. If the policy remains the same and the determined will of government remains the same when it comes to unaccompanied child refugees, there's nothing to be lost. And there was no strong defence of the government position in the House of Lords. So I would urge him to consider this matter wholly and listen to voices across this House who believe it would be better to see legislative provision there than not.
I draw the honourable gentleman question to comments I made as to the fact that the policy has not changed and the commitment of this government is reflected in the record, and that is why this amendment should be resisted. Moving on to Lord's Amendment 5, Mr. Speaker, which seeks to recognise the Sewell Convention. The Convention is already found in statute, in the Scotland Act and the Government of Wales Act. However, the Convention in no way limits parliamentary sovereignty. As honourable members will recall from the Miller case, the Sewell Convention is fundamentally political. It was found then not to be justiciable, and to reflect it in the statute should not change that. Of course, I could wait to the...
For giving way. The Prime Minister makes clear that he thinks the Union is important. I think the Union is important too. But it is unprecedented that the Senate, the Scottish Parliament and the Northern Ireland Assembly have refused consent to this bill. And the Welsh Government made very clear in their refusal of that consent that's because the UK Government can potentially force them to accept international obligations in the future relationship, which could impact on devolved competencies. And when we think about things like the NHS, that's going to be absolutely crucial. So will the Secretary of State be clear? Is he going to work with, as well as just meeting and ticking the box, the devolved administrations on those future negotiations, or is he going to impose and therefore generate further conflict and further damage to the Union?
Well, I think the Honourable Gentleman and I both treasure the Union and want to work to ensure it is preserved. And to address his point, part of the meeting we had with devolved representatives, including the Welsh Government, yesterday, was exactly this point, to hear from them in terms of their input into the next phase. So we are committed to working with the Welsh Government, amongst others, as we shape that negotiation. But as was noted in the other place, Mr. Speaker, it was not quite what this amendment turns on in terms of, as the Noble Lord Callaghan said in responding to this amendment yesterday, what matters is that the government continues to uphold the Sewell Convention. And we have done so in the passage of this bill, including ensuring that devolved ministers will have a clear role in the functioning of the Independent Monitoring Authority, particularly in the role in nominating members to its board with specialist devolved expertise. I wrote on the 17th of January to both Mike Russell and Jeremy Miles, my counterparts, on the Scottish and Welsh governments, to make clear that the government's commitment to the legislative consent process and the enduring power and value of our historic partnership. We are, of course, disappointed that the devolved legislatures have nevertheless not consented to this. I'll give one more, but I think the direction from the Chair is to enable other speakers to come in the debate and not to take undue time. So I give one further away, but then I will crack on.
Minister Forward. But given his reference to the letter to the Welsh Government and the Welsh Minister, how does he square the circle in wanting to reinforce the principles of Sewell, etc., on the one hand, but on the other hand, wanting to amend the legislation to withdraw that commitment?
Just help. I'm a little bit bothered about time. We do have quite a few speeches. Can I just remind members, you can't just walk in and do a point, put a question down. Please, let's all work together for each other. Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. I'm trying to be generous on the interventions, but I will take your direction, of course. But to address the Honourable Gentleman's point, the devolved government's opposition to Brexit as a whole, we very much respect that decision. But the legislative consent process should not be the place to show such agreements, rather than to voice concerns with the parts of the legislation which relate to devolved competences. The refusal of legislative consent in no way affects the Sewell Convention or the government's dedication to it. However, as recognised by both Mike Russell and Lord Sewell, these are not normal times, and given these circumstances, I urge members, Mr. Speaker, to reject this amendment. Mr. Speaker, we have covered significant ground in debating this bill. Once passed, it will stand as a historic piece of legislation. I therefore beg that this House respectfully disagrees with their Lordships' amendments.
The question is that this House disagrees with Lords in their Amendment 1. Thank them, Debonair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise on behalf of the opposition to explain why we will oppose the government on all 5 of their motions to disagree with their Lordships. Firstly, on EU citizens' rights. Their Lordships passed an amendment providing for, first, a declaratory system for gaining settled status and, second, for a physical document. The declaratory system would honour the previous government's pledges to EU citizens living here before we leave the EU that they would enjoy the exact same rights as before. We're just asking the government to honour that. It would avoid the cliff edge of time limits, and the grace period does still mean a time limit. It would avoid pressures on people who already have the legal right to be here, but for various reasons are being asked for yet more evidence or have not yet been given settled status, but only pre-settled status. The government talks of 2.5 million people granted status, but we know that many of those who've applied for settled status and are entitled to it are granted only pre-settled status, which does not give that promise certainty. Many people aren't aware they need to apply, particularly those here since childhood. Others may not apply in time for many good reasons. And the Secretary of State says late applications for good reasons will be considered, but we don't really know what those good reasons are that will count. So that doesn't give certainty. The Minister argued that declaratory registration is not necessary, the Minister in the other place, because the current scheme addresses all problems, but it doesn't. The arbitrary time limit, the problems and delays in securing status, these all risk making some people who should be lawfully resident, unlawfully resident, past the time limit. The physical document, the other part of the amendment, is vital. We all know, surely in this chamber we all know, that internet signal is not reliable. People don't all have smartphones. Other categories of non-UK citizens have a physical document, so it's not surprising that the Residential Landlords Association say they're deeply concerned about the lack of physical proof and say that landlords are not and should not be treated as border police. I'm sorry, I won't give way to I need to finish this point. In a perverse justification of this policy, the government ministers have actually said that providing a physical document, that this amendment would actually make a future Windrush-style scandal more likely. It's our understanding that it's the exact opposite. I will.
For giving way, and she's making an absolutely crucial point, and she should not agree with me. This was very much the evidence that we heard in the Home Affairs Committee in the last Parliament from experts from that Windrush inquiry that we took place. It was about the importance of physical documents and, of course, that declaratory system issue.
Friend makes exactly the right point, and we ask the honourable members opposite to consider that the Joint Council of the Welfare of Immigrants, the 3 Million and the Residential Landlords Association have all warned, that there is a risk that landlords and employers will be reluctant, without that immediate physical proof that other Windrush citizens lacked, that they will be reluctant to let a home or offer a job to EU citizens. I will give way, yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I do thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. She refers to the poor communications. As I've many times mentioned in this place, in my constituency, they are very, very bad indeed. Broadband is at best indifferent. And therefore, can I suggest to the House that many EU citizens are being disadvantaged in terms of trying to get into the system at all because of where they live.
Yes, the Honourable is absolutely right, but I will now also give way to my right honourable friend.
Very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. As she will be aware, the Brexit Select Committee in its former incarnation recommended a physical document. There will be many members here who have been through this experience when constituents have applied for further leave. The employer says to them, prove that you have leave. They're told by the Home Office, apply to the checking service. Lots of employers refuse to do that, and as a result, our constituents lose their jobs. Is that not precisely the kind of reason why we need a physical document?
Right honourable friend is exactly right, and I reflect from him and honourable members on this side to the members opposite. Imagine a future constituency surgery in which they are asked to explain to their own constituents, who are EU citizens, why they have been denied a physical document or why they've been denied settled status and experienced delays in getting that status changed, and thus refused a job or a home because their MP refused to back this amendment. Their constituents will ask, why did you vote this way? And they will need a good answer. Secondly, moving on to the CJ EU Amendments 2 and 3. In clause... Oh, if it's... Yes, OK, thank you.
The Honourable Lady will have heard the Minister say that online status was more secure. But of course, in other circumstances, someone with leave to remain here on a spouse visa gets a physical residence permit. If it was more secure, then surely the government would do away with that, but they haven't. And is that not the point? What the Minister said about security is not a justification to oppose Lord's Amendment 1.
Exactly. And that's spot on. I mean, that's why so many of the EU citizens in my constituency say that they feel singled out because they do not have what other non-UK citizens have, which is a physical document. Now, in clause 26 of the bill, the government signals its intention to create chaos and uncertainty in our legal system. I can do no better than quote from the Noble Lord Panic, who said that he supported the amendment because, and I quote, clause 26 is fundamentally objectionable because it would give the minister a delegated power to decide which courts should be able to depart from judgments of the Court of Justice and what tests those courts should apply. A minister. He went on, these are powers which step well over the important boundary between the executive and the judiciary. They are matters which should not be decided by ministers. And later he said, and he's absolutely right, once they are conferred, the political and legal constraints, if they decide to act unreasonably, are limited. The government asks us to trust that they won't go beyond existing constraints, but trust that's just not good enough. This provision, clause 26, would lead to different interpretations of the law in higher and lower courts, greater uncertainty and thereby more litigation. That surely can't be what the government wants. So Amendment 2 simply deletes the entire provision. Amendment 3 was a compromise proposed by a Conservative former Lord Chancellor, Lord Mackay. Surely a man that members opposite would want to listen to. And he tried to find a compromise whereby the ministerial right to make regulations would be removed, but instead any court could consider the possibility of departing from case law, but would have to set out their reasons and refer the case to a higher court. What on earth could be the problem with that? I will, yes.
So surely she accepts that ultimately the test of when the courts can diverge from EU law should be set in this Parliament, applied by our courts, and if there's any question, that should be referred to the Supreme Court, thereby maintaining the division between Parliament and the courts.
Yeah, I mean, the problem here really is that we're allowing ministers to set the terms and set the test, and that is an unacceptable breach of the boundaries between the executive and the judiciary. And the government has had plenty of time to consider the provisions of the 2018 Withdrawal Act. If they want more time, just giving ministers broad and sweeping powers is not the answer. They could, if they want, bring a short bill before Parliament, propose amendments. We could debate and scrutinise in the usual way. So every member opposite must understand, and it seems several possibly do, although they're no longer in their place, that if they do pass the government's motion to disagree with amendments 2 and 3 today, the separation of powers will be blurred, there will be legal chaos, and this will be impossible for Parliament to change. These are not powers which should be exercised through regulation. We should not take risks with ministerial interference in judicial processes, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government should think again and withdraw their motions to disagree. If they do not, we will vote against. So thirdly, on child refugees. The Lords' Amendment 4 to leave out Clause 37 of this bill, and Clause 37 amends Clause 17 of the EU Withdrawal Act 2018, thus removing the obligation on the government to negotiate future arrangements to protect unaccompanied child refugees. Now, this is such a modest provision in the first place, and it was the government's own commitment, that it does seem extraordinary and inexplicable that they are removing it. And I have very dark and deep suspicions about why. I want to be charitable. I'm hoping that there may be a good answer to this. Now, Lord Dubs said it's partly the scattergun of justifications that leads one to be suspicious. He was asked by the ministers to trust them, so for him to trust them. And he did very generously say that as individuals, he does trust them, but not as a government. Because the government's predecessor government has got form on this, promising to take 3,000 children on the Dubs scheme as originally committed to, and taking fewer than 500 in the end. The government has boasted about the numbers of children, the Secretary of State has done so today, boasted about numbers of children given refuge in this country, but ignoring the fact that most couldn't and did not come by safe or legal routes which currently exist, even when they are entitled to them under current law. They were often trafficked or took dangerous journeys because they felt they had no other choice as a way to reach their family members. We're talking about reuniting families, and removing the already restricted access to safe and legal routes does not increase the risk of trafficking, decrease the risk of trafficking, it increases the risk of trafficking, it increases it. I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and she's making an excellent statement. Does she think that the phrase global Britain means that we stop supporting and giving sanctuaries to some of the most vulnerable people in the world?
Of course not, and honourable members across the other side of the House seem to be agreeing with my honourable friend. But if that's the case, why remove the provision? Why not keep it in? Because the government says there's no change of policy, but removal of Clause 17 is a change of policy. And when they complain that leaving the provision in acts as a pull factor, that does rather indicate that what they want is a change of policy. They tell us that this is not the right legislation for it, that it should be in the immigration bill. But Clause 17 is context and time specific. It directs the government to a negotiating objective for a very time-limited period that they now have to agree the future relationship, a matter of months. We cannot bind our neighbours, as the Secretary of State has said, to national law. So that argument is not valid to putting any other commitment in any other law. This provision is just committing the government to a negotiating aim. They say it can be done through rules. A negotiating aim can't be done through immigration rules. So which is it, Madam Deputy Speaker? Is it law, is it rules, is it an aim, or not a change at all, which they've also claimed? They've said it binds their hands in negotiations, but then became offended at the accusation that they're using children as a bargaining chip. Well, again, which is it? Are children a limit to negotiations or not? They've also justified this on the grounds of the election manifesto. But the only words in that manifesto were, "We will continue to grant asylum and support to refugees fleeing persecution." Not a word in that manifesto which implies this change of policy, and it is a change of policy, on child refugees. Just saying it isn't a change doesn't make it so. Because if it's not a change of policy, why does the provision need to be removed? I will give way.
And the Shadow Minister brings up a hugely important area, and as a former chairman of the All-Party Group Against Human Trafficking, this is a very, very important issue. And I hope the government will commit to come back to us on this, but separate from this bill. I do accept the government's argument. This is the wrong place for this. It's much more important elsewhere.
I mean, I thank the honourable gentleman for that point and for that partly an agreement, I think, that I detected there. But unfortunately, if it isn't acceptable in this legislation, then why in another piece of legislation? It's a negotiating aim, and the negotiations, we are told by the Secretary of State, have already started. Now, to my understanding, all that's happened is that the Home Secretary has written a letter, I think it was in November. We've not yet heard what reply there's been. We've not yet heard about any negotiations. Now, I do not want to believe that this government thinks so little of our country that it's pulling back from protection for a very small number of children that this clause originally covered. I hope, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we as a country are secure enough in ourselves to be generous to those fleeing persecution. And I ask members opposite to consider that this motion demonstrates a lack of compassion. The government's reasons are contradictory. There are no justifications in the manifesto for removing this very modest, limited but necessary provision to protect some of the most vulnerable children we can possibly imagine. And finally, I will. Okay.
Thank you very much for giving way. And I've had a great number of constituents who have been in touch, including my constituent Kirsty, who mentions that her granddad was forced out of Czechoslovakia as a child after World War II and came to the UK as a refugee, who was reunited with his parents. And many of my constituents have experience of that family reunion, and they don't understand either why the government would want to roll back on that. Would you agree with me that they really must change their mind on this?
I thank the Honourable Lady for that intervention, because it's just important to get on the record again. It clearly seems to be that we're talking about reuniting children with an adult family relative who is here legally. We're not talking about people who have absolutely no right. We're talking about protecting the requirement to negotiate that. And we really, really ask the government to think again. And if they do not, we will vote against. Yes, I will go for it.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank my friend for giving way. Very briefly, just to add to what she said, when it comes to those family relationships, that we also need the government to stick to the principle that it should be an adult to whom they are related to, not just a parent, but an adult to whom they are related.
Yep. I thank my honourable friend for that intervention. She's absolutely right, and I do want the government to stick to that commitment. But the government asking us simply to trust them that it will pop up in another bit of legislation is just not good enough. So finally, the Fifth Amendment on devolution. This will be my shortest part of my speech, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Sewell Convention provides that when Parliament wants to legislate on a devolved matter, it will not normally do so without the relevant devolved institution being properly consulted. And all we want is to make sure that that happens. Because our devolved nations need to know, I will in a moment, that government assertions about UK sovereignty in clause 38 of the bill are properly and legally tempered by respect for the law, conventions and practices on devolution, which again seems completely reasonable to us. I'm sure I've heard someone say, yes, sorry.
Does my honourable friend agree with me that despite what the government is saying, the impression is given nevertheless that it wishes to undermine the Sewell Convention by their act of opposing this amendment?
It is indeed the impression that seems to be given. So I ask members opposite, particularly newly elected members opposite representing constituencies in Scotland and Wales, to ask themselves, is this what they told their voters back in November? Did they tell them that they would be voting against respecting devolution? Is that what they said to their constituents? Yes, I will give way.
I'm extremely grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way. She'll be aware, of course, that the Northern Ireland Assembly, the Welsh Senedd and the Scottish Parliament have refused consent. What does it say about the so-called partnership of equals if the three devolved parliaments are completely ignored by the British government?
I think what it would say is that the government will consult, but it's not listening. And I think it's mighty suspicious to notice that that has happened. This refusal to respect this amendment has happened after those devolved legislatures have said that they do not consent. Yes, I will give way.
In an election that talked
so much about democracy. Isn't it time that this government accepts that democracy is also about listening to our devolved communities? Because that is very much part of democracy, and you cannot just go out, talk about democracy and forget that.
And the right honourable lady is quite right. This is one of the problems we had in the previous iteration of this bill, and even more in this bill. I will give way one more time, and then I must finish.
To acknowledge that the hasty publication of the original EU Withdrawal Act and Clause 11 left a scar because there was a lack of consultation. But the Sewell Convention remains on the statute book. It's not deleting the Sewell Convention from the statute book. We don't repeat everything important in every act in order to just re-emphasise. I mean, it's a kind of virtue signalling that is not necessary to have in this act.
Gentleman thinks that this is already law and we should respect that. Well, why not just accept the amendment? Because also, the original, well, I refer the right honourable gentleman to Clause 38, which this amendment amends. Clause 38 says the somewhat obvious statement that this Parliament is sovereign. Now, why does that need to be in the bill? Why does that need to be in the Act? Because that's also obvious. So, will the Minister commit, I would like the Secretary of State to commit at some point on the record, that the Government will not bring forward legislation on devolved matters without the proper consultation? And so, in closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, it was a bad bill in October. It's a worse bill now. Amending it is not stopping Brexit. It's about the future, our long-term relationship with our neighbours, and scrutinising and amending legislation, holding the government to account. It seems odd that I have to remind the government, but that is exactly what we are supposed to do in both houses. So I ask members opposite, and particularly those newly elected, do they really think that this is what their voters wanted? Their voters may well have voted for Brexit, and this side, the opposition, accepts that. But did they vote for the government to break trust with the country on child refugees? Did they? Did they vote for the separation of powers between the judiciary and the executive to be blurred? Did they ask for ministers to be given more ability to interfere with the independence of the courts? Did they really vote to treat people who've been here legally for years, who have the legal right to be here, have families and jobs and lives here, to be treated as different as second-class citizens? Did they vote for central government to be able to impose their will on the devolved legislatures? This government has asked us to trust them. And on all of these matters, why should we need to rely on trust? We are lawmakers. Why not include this in the legislation? After all, the Prime Minister has changed his mind many times on many things. Why should we just accept this on trust? So if members opposite think that that's what their electorate voted for, I say they have a dim view of their own voters. And this is now on them, Madam Deputy Speaker. When these provisions unravel, when the consequences emerge, I can absolutely promise that with no pleasure or satisfaction whatsoever, honourable members on this side will be saying to the members on that side, we did warn you, and we will vote against the government today.
Require very short contributions, as there's only 20 minutes left. So for 2 minutes, Sir William Cash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just simply want to say I concur entirely with what the Secretary of State has said. At the bottom line, and I just want to refer very briefly to Amendment 2 and 3 and 5. First of all, I'd simply say that the government's arguments are completely valid with respect to the question of the lower courts in relation to the Supreme Court. With respect to the question of Lord Mackay's amendment, I think that represents an enormous number of complicated problems which will emerge from it, using expressions such as is of the opinion and the setting out of reasons for the opinion. It's going to create a complete quagmire of interpretation. And so I entirely agree with the government on that. And with respect to the question of Amendment 5 and the issue of conventions, I had the pleasure of advising in relation to the Canadian Constitution back in around 1982, and I had extensive discussions with Mr. Geoffrey Marshall of Queen's College, Oxford, who is the greatest authority on the question of conventions, and I entirely agree with the government's position on this in the light of my own experience of what conventions actually mean, and I have to say I've heard a lot of hogwash this afternoon to the alternative view.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I just say that
SNP front bench.
Sorry, it's Christine Jarlin first. This is not a second reading debate. Sorry.
Apologies. Can I just say that I fully support the remarks made by the Honourable Member for Bristol West when she said that this is not about trying to refight the argument over Brexit. This is about what is best for the future of the country. And the government did promise in its manifesto just last month, promised voters that the rights of European citizens would be protected. And I would appeal to the members opposite to stand by that, particularly when it comes to those vulnerable children that we have already talked about, who are separated from their families, who are refugees, and who we can reunite legally with families in this country. Why is the government so reticent to put it back in the bill, protect it by law? And finally, one tiny thing on the Sewell Convention. The government says much about protecting the United Kingdom, but I would ask them to consider how often they undermine their own argument, and they tie the hands of those of us on this side of the House who want to protect the United Kingdom, who want to work for the United Kingdom. Because I learned a long time ago that impact is intention, and regardless of your intention over the Sewell Convention, the impact of it is to damage our own argument. So the Liberal Democrats this evening will be opposing the government on this and supporting all 5 of the amendments. Thank you.
On this devolution question, which has been running for ever since the publication of the EU withdrawal bill in the summer of 2016 or 2017, I can't remember, there has been an erosion of the trust. And what I plea for, as we have this debate, is that we actually try and build the trust between the different bits of the United Kingdom, which will have to exist even if in some distant future date Scotland became an independent country. The question is, how are we going to rub along together? And I would simply add this particular point about the supremacy of EU law, which is that there is no power grab in any of this, that the powers that are being held by the United Kingdom government are simply the powers that were being held by the European Union since the inception of devolution. And there is some are arguing that there is an implied that the repeal of the European Communities Act means there is an implied power grab from the devolved assemblies if these matters are not automatically transferred back to the assemblies. But these are powers that the devolved assemblies never held. They never held. And in fact, the EU has the power to make international agreements which grabs more power from the devolved assemblies without any consultation whatsoever. So what we have is an improvement of the situation. And what we should try and do, and I understand why these matters become inflamed, is try and not to inflame the division that exists between us on other matters by using this issue, because that is not going to improve the harmony of the relations between this Parliament and the devolved parliaments, or this government, or any government in Westminster and the devolved governments. I appreciate why some might take a different view of that, but that's because they have an agenda which I completely respect, I really do, but this is not the time in this bill to start fomenting those particular issues. Thank you.
Dr. Philippa Whitford.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The SNP Group supports all 5 Lords' amendments and will therefore be voting against the Government. With regards to a declaratory system, the Secretary of State keeps saying it will make it more confusing, but it makes it a registration rather than an application. Yeah. And the difference is one is guaranteed to have acceptance. Yeah. And that's what doesn't exist at the moment. The government says between 85 and 90% of EU citizens or EEA citizens will get status, settled status, quite easily. But that's 300 to 450,000 people who won't. Yep. And if you actually look at those who are struggling, it's particularly people with career breaks, caring responsibilities, and that means it's particularly affecting women. and there's been no sign of an equality impact statement, and there simply should. What's been overlooked is the elderly and frail who've literally been here for decades and decades, maybe even people in care homes or with dementia. And it is wrong to even have the slightest threat hanging over such people who've spent their whole lives here. Yeah. The physical document is also really important, as has been explained by other members, with regards to dealing with landlords and employers, and particularly because internet is not always accessible. And one of the issues, the Secretary of State said, oh, they can download the email that they are sent that explains their status. It explicitly says this email is not proof of status. It does not provide a document, even if you print it. And I'm sorry, after Windrush, EEA citizens and indeed others don't trust the Home Office not to lose, delete or change their records. Amendments 2 and 3 that relate to Clause 26 is to remove the delegated power of ministers to decide which courts and which test is used to set aside ECJ judgments. This steps away from the principle of precedence. It raises concerns about judicial independence. The government put in their manifesto that they wanted to rebalance power between the executive, Parliament and the courts. And this starts in this bill, and we should be very wary of it. Amendment 4 regarding Lord Dubb's amendments to restate the government commitment to unaccompanied child refugees. Removing this was probably the things that MPs across all sides of the House were most shocked about and felt that the government simply couldn't justify. At the end of transition, the UK will be outside the Dublin system, and therefore transferring an application for refugee status from one country to another will disappear. Yes. The problem is paragraph 319X of immigration rules is all about the cost of a child coming. It's all about the ability to accommodate them. It absolutely pays no attention whatsoever to what is best for the child. Yes. That's what the Dublin system does. And all this bill or this original clause did was say that the government had to negotiate. And therefore there is absolutely nothing in that that the government should be objecting to. With regards Clause 38 and Amendment 5, absolutely it is unprecedented territory that all three devolved parliaments, so this is not just governments, this is not people who have the same agenda, but parliaments have voted against giving legislative consent. And this government ignores that at their peril. Absolutely. Because people do feel that devolution is threatened after 20 years. Yeah. Not just by this bill, but also by the former changes. Devolution is precious to people, even people who don't support independence. And the government riding roughshod over it really sends a message of disrespect. Yeah. The Prime Minister likes to define himself also as the Minister of the Union. You cannot maintain a relationship or a marriage through force. It has to be based on respect. And if all of this leads to the crumbling of the precious union, he will only have himself to blame.
Mark Harper. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given the shortness of time, I will limit my remarks to those which I don't think have been made at length before. On Amendment 1, on the declaratory system and the documents, I would simply make 2 points as a former immigration minister. First of all, just on a declaratory system, I do think it's important that we have a system that we currently have which encourages people to establish their status and make sure that's clear now. The lesson I took from Windrush, actually, was one of the problems was that people laboured for many years under the sometimes correct understanding, but often incorrect understanding, that they did have the legal right to be here and they had all the appropriate documents. And then it discovered many years down the line that they didn't, and actually encouraging citizens to European Union citizens to register and establish that certainty now, I think is actually very sensible. And I don't think taking the existing system, which as the Secretary of State says already had 2.5 million successful grants under it, and effectively having to restart that is actually a way of delivering certainty. On Amendment 4, the so-called Dubs Amendment, the principle that the government is trying to establish, I think, is an important one, and I haven't heard it set out particularly clearly, which is around whether Parliament should legislate for the government's negotiating objectives. That was never the position that was taken by the government in the last Parliament, but the last Parliament, because the government didn't have a majority, forced certain negotiating objectives on the government. I think it's better to re-establish the traditional mechanism where governments negotiate treaties and then they bring those to Parliament for ratification into law. It might sound like a minor point, but I think it's an important point to establish. And it's very clear, the Minister in this House has made it clear, and Lady Williams in the other House has made it clear, the government's policy hasn't changed. And there's a relatively short period of time now until the end of this year, and it is worth, I think, just saying at this point, and the Secretary of State's very clear about this, that the European Union has committed in 3 separate paragraphs in the political declaration, they have committed to agreeing our future relationship by the end of this year, as well as us having made that commitment. So I'm very confident that we will have re-established the Dublin regulation in practice by the end of this year, and that's why I firmly support the government in rejecting the amendment. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the issue about the Sewell Convention. It's already in statute, and I listened carefully to what the Honourable and Learned Lady, who's no longer in her place, the member for Edinburgh, said. But consulting somebody and listening to them and taking into account their views isn't the same as doing what they say. And the problem I have with this is it seems to me that 3 devolved legislatures are simply refighting the Brexit argument all over again. The people of Scotland in 2014 decided for a generation that they wanted to be part of the United Kingdom. And in 2016, the United Kingdom voted to leave the European Union. If the devolved legislatures were accepting that decision and trying to help the government deliver it in a better way, that would be one thing. What they're actually trying to do is refight the battle that's been fought and that they've lost. And on that...
And it's not giving way, but I'm sure he's finishing very soon. Stop it. He's finished.
Last year I visited the camps in Calais and I met some refugee children who were camped in the woods who longed to be reunited with their family members living in the UK. And so these children have fled war and violence, and it's only right that we uphold and afford them our moral duty to have them arrive to the UK safely. And these children are at risk of abuse and exploitation by traffickers, and if the safe routes are not provided, then all this does is make dangerous crossings across the Channel more likely. Now, Amendment 4 puts back what was taken out of the previous withdrawal agreement provisions. So, preserving the rights of refugee children to travel from one EU country to come to the UK after Brexit. Now, the party opposite claim to be the party of the family, yet this policy and their actions exacerbate the division that causes harm and distress and puts these children's rights at risk. I've got no faith in the government that they will protect these rights in other legislation. Their track record on doing anything to support refugee children come to the UK is appalling. And this amendment is in the right place and should be in this bill. This amendment speaks to our humanity as a country, and if this amendment does not pass, then we'll be failing in our moral duty.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I just wanted to set this in the big picture. People voted for Brexit. People voted against last December to get Brexit done. It's taken us 3 and a bit years to reach this stage, and we will be leaving the EU in just a few days' time. And then we have to go very quickly into negotiating the long-term deal. And time again over the past few years, I've heard from EU counterparts say the problem with the British government negotiators is we don't know if they can carry Parliament with them. And it is so important that we send a message to the rest of Europe that what is agreed with the EU can be passed through this Parliament. And that is why it is so important that we take the withdrawal agreement that was agreed and pass it through this Parliament. And yes, there are important things that are raised by these amendments. Of course we want to support child refugees. We always have done. Of course we must make sure the EU citizens' rights, and incidentally, we always will support child refugees. But of course Of course, we must support EU citizens, but the right place to do that is in other legislation and not in this bill.
Yvette Cooper.
Very briefly, the Home Affairs Select Committee in the last Parliament produced a report calling for a declaratory system and also for a physical document. It is possible to have a declaratory system that protects rights, but also an incentive for people to apply and to get the document as well. If all of us in this House were suddenly told that our right to get health care or our right to be able to rent a house or any of those things or to get a job depended on the workings of a Home Office computer system, we would not have confidence in it. And that is why people want to know that there is a permanent document. I urge him to think again, because this will go wrong. And on the Dubs Amendment, please just accept the Dubs Amendment. Do not put at risk or cast any doubt on this country's commitment to child refugees.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think we should be thankful that we've got the opportunity to think again on these various matters. I do rather regret there's so little time. Just on this point about a declaratory right, well, in terms of the spirit, of having a declaratory system, I'm very open to it. It would send a wonderful system about how open we are, how welcome people are to stay. But the sheer truth of this is, I say this as the Minister who was responsible for domestic preparedness in the department, it's way too late to be making this decision now. It shows, I'm afraid, rather an ignorance of the way that government systems work. I mean, the whole business of actually delivering a system that can work for literally millions of people, we have to abandon giving status to people, millions of people, if this went through. It needs to be taken out so that we can get on and deliver status for people in a system which is working. On Lord's Amendment to Clause 26, I just point out that the power is sunset to the end of the year. And coming on to the Noble Lord Dubs Amendment, you know, this is one of those areas where I think we should be very thankful that we're thinking again. But I deeply regret, bearing in mind that it's not long since we heard in this House a general acceptance to the proposition that we're all here to pursue the common good in good faith. I think it's very regrettable that some members have sought to suggest that we would have any lack of commitment to family reunion for refugee children. It's quite wrong. Well, the honourable gentleman says actions speak louder than words. We will earn the respect of the public by delivering.
Order. Under the order of the House of 20th of December, I must now bring to a conclusion proceedings on the Lord's amendments. And I thank everyone who spoke so very briefly. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, James Morris and Marcus Jones. Tell us for the noes, Jeff Smith and Matt Weston. Lock the doors.
The ayes to the right, 338. The noes to the left, 252.
The ayes to the right, 338. The noes to the left, 252. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Minister to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 2. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 2. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby. Order. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 2. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Tell us for the ayes, James Morris and Marcus Jones. Tell us for the noes, Jeff Smith and Matt Weston. lock the doors.
The ayes to the right, 348. The noes to the left, 246.
The ayes to the right, 348. The noes to the left, 246. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Minister to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 3. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 3. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. Order! The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 3. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Stuart Andrew and Ian Stewart. Tell us for the noes, Jeff Smith and Matt Warman. Weston. lock the doors. Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 350. The noes to the left, 247.
The ayes to the right, 350. The noes to the left, 247. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Minister to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 4. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 4. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby. See the numbers. I absolutely couldn't see it up there. Right, okay, that's fine, thank you. This is Amendment 5, isn't it? Just as well I check. Order! The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 4. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Stuart Andrew and Ian Stewart. Tellers for the noes, Jeff Smith and Matt Weston. going in? Lock the doors! Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 342. The noes to the left, 254.
The ayes to the right, 342. The noes to the left, 254. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Minister to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 5. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 5. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Division! Clear the lobby. Order! Order. The question is that this House, when I call order during a division, that means everyone sits down or stops so they can hear what is happening. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 5. As many as that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. Tellers for the ayes, Stuart Andrew and Ian Stewart. Tellers for the noes, Jeff Smith and Matt Weston. Lock the doors. Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 349. The noes to the left, 246.
The ayes to the right, 349. The noes to the left, 246. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Minister to move that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons.
I beg to move that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their amendments. That Stephen Barclay, Paul Blomfield, Jack Brereton, Thangam Debonair, Mr Mark Harper, David Rutley, Dr Philippa Whitford be members of the committee. That Stephen Barclay be the chair of the committee. That 3 be the quorum of the committee. That the committee do withdraw immediately.
The question is that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their amendments 1 to 5 to the European Union Withdrawal Agreement Bill. That's Stephen Barclay, Paul Blomfield, Jack Brereton, Thangam Debonair, Mr Mark Harper, David Rutley and Dr Philippa Whitford be members of the committee. That Stephen Barclay be the chair of the committee. That 3 be the quorum of the committee. That the committee do withdraw immediately. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. Secretary of State. Who's doing this? Who is doing this? Clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Telecommunications Infrastructure Leasehold Property Bill, second reading.
Minister to move second reading, Mr Matt Warman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that the Telecommunications Infrastructure (Leasehold Property) Bill be now read a second time. With apologies to T.S. Eliot, it is obvious that the naming of bills is a difficult matter. But this bill's title does not do it justice, because it is the first step on a road that this government is committed to delivering the infrastructure that this country needs. Because we know, I'll give way in a minute, because we know, to continue to channel T.S. Eliot, that if we do not do that, too much of this country will be a digital wasteland. And I give way to my honourable friend.
How do you mean no more commission?
Well, no one in Scotland can commission an idea. You know, if I went to BBC Scotland and I said, oh, I've got this great idea for a sitcom, I've got this brilliant idea for a drama, you know, no, there isn't one person in Scotland that can okay it unless it goes through London.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of Full Scottish. What's happening today?
Hello and welcome to the Full Scottish here on Broadcasting Scotland.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
That need, that desire for independence is ever stronger than perhaps it was in 2014. So there's an obligation that we've got to give leadership to that campaign. That's what Nicola Sturgeon, as our First Minister, has been doing.
My feeling about Boris Johnson is he can't be trusted on anything.
That is now and forever will be known as the rape clause.
I'm old enough to remember going into Europe in '73, and I remember how much of a razor's edge that was a battling stone. And I think we made it by 53%, if I remember correctly, for going in. And ever since that time, England particularly has been pretty much schizophrenic, down the middle about whether it felt British or whether it felt European. And that schism, that crack has remained throughout English society ever since.
Scotland means business. Scotland's voice won't be stilled, it won't be silenced, it has to be heard.
About the work that's been done by Broadcasting Scotland in giving
community activists, Yes activists, Scottish activists a platform other than the traditional media outlets.